Shannon, how are you? Mr. Blue?
Good afternoon, everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, so I guess we do have a quorum. We can go ahead and begin today. This special meeting is now called to order on Thursday, March 7th, 2024. The invocation will be led by School Board Member Mr. Blue, if you don't mind leading our invocation today. Okay, all right. Mr. Lewis, will you? Okay, so our invocation will be led by School Board Member Cliff Lewis, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by School Board Member Michael Goday. Let us stand.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for blowing the breath of life into us this morning. Thank you for allowing us to see a day that was not promised. We pray, oh Heavenly Father, that as we start into this meeting, that you will allow us to do your will and not our own, and help us to lean not to our own understanding, but to trust you in all we do and all we say, in the decisions that are made for the betterment of the children and the families of East Baton Rouge Parish School District. Amen.
Amen. Please repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As we begin, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to share this later, if you all see the beautiful artwork that is on the dais tonight, this comes from the school board members that are seated at their different sites. You'll see that Mr. Ballouz has a Bel Air High Field class of
83.
Class of 83. So, of course, there are some others that are listed here as well, and we can re-acknowledge once we have more members with us. All right, if we can have a roll call, please.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart. District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ. District 7, Mr. Goday.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Moving to item B1, superintendent selection process. I will start off by simply stating that this was definitely a learning curve for me, that there needed to have been some talking points or some information for us to share in our plan. And then what I will say is that I have given a skeleton of a recommendation here, but I was hoping that our board members who had served previously, who are serving in at least their second term or more, would be able to speak to what the search and selection process was like before. And so with that in mind, we can take a look at the information that's literally listed here as recommendations, but it's more of suggestions. And then, of course, if you all have something different or a different process that you would like to mention, feel free to push back. Of course, when there is a discussion, this means that this is a discussion of board members. My apologies to our public who would not be able to make comments in regards to this discussion. However, when we get to the voting item that we have, of course, we can take public comment at that time. Mr. Shamlin, am I correct in my statements there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let us begin. If we take a look at the presentation that has been provided, if someone could change the slide, please, because I realize I can't change the slide from where I am. The first that I've listed here is engagement. We know that we have voted on the engagement structure that we would engage in for the superintendent search and selection process. But my questions, of course, course, to our board is in regards to do we need an ad hoc search committee for this? What are our thoughts about a search firm? And then also this skeleton of community meetings can be changed or revised or edited in any way that we choose to. But what I just want to ask is, I know that Mr. Ballou is here, Mr. Gode is here. If either of you or both of you would like to speak to what the engagement process was like before, just so that the rest of us that are new can kind of gauge our thoughts around this. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you, Madam President. In regards to whether we ought to go with an ad hoc committee, my preference would be to allow board leadership to run the process. I think you're more than capable of doing that and keeping the board informed as we go along. As far as a search firm, I've been through really two searches during my time on the board. I guess you could call it three, because one was kind of an extended search because the first selection lasted a month, but it was all part of the same process, so I would consider that just two. The first one, we did not go with a search firm. I think prior board members had an experience. Some board members had expressed that they felt search firms in the past had the same pool of applicants that were being recycled over and over again. Although I would say that the second search we went through, the search firm, I think it was a good experience. They had good connections throughout the country, and I thought they did a good job of weeding through all the applications and providing us with the top tier. That saved a lot of time. Also, the advantage of the search firm is that they may be able to have informal conversations with applicants to see if they'd be a good fit without public disclosure of their interest when they have a current job. But a lot as far as if we didn't go with the search firm, obviously a school system this size is going to draw interest, and if we've got a job opening, applicants are going to know about it. And that first time we did a nationwide search, it was without a search firm. We got very few applications, and I think there's two reasons. One, it could have been a lack of confidence, or maybe in the history of the board that people weren't as enthusiastic about the job. Also, there may have been a perception that we had a strong candidate in Warren Drake who had expressed an interest, and maybe word got out they thought that he would be tough to beat. And but I think there's pluses and minuses in going both ways. But I wouldn't rule out a search firm. But I'll let some of our other colleagues comment.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you, President Powell Lewis. Echoing many of the same things that Board Member Ballou said, we did use a search firm the last time, and I guess one of the complaints from prior searches that we had was that, these search firms just have their stable of candidates and that's the only people you see. I have to admit I found that to be so far from the truth that it was not that way at all. And if you look at the stable of candidates we had for the first search and then our unfortunate second search, the second search was a completely different slate of candidates than the first search. So we did not have the search firm bringing us oh, here are all the people I have lined up waiting for jobs for that. They actually went out and advertised and beat the bushes. I don't have a problem with board leadership at all running the search. An ad hoc committee could be useful, but it can be done. I would say, though, that if you don't have an outside search firm, it's going to probably be beyond the scope of board leadership to do it, because it takes more time than you think to go through all the applications to vet. You know, what the search firm did for us is they set up all the applications, had an application portal, were able to follow up with people getting applications in. If it was an incomplete application, making sure it was completed, making sure they met qualifications, did all this sort of stuff. They even gave us a full scope of running down their internet presence and different things about each of the candidates. They went through and scrubbed it and said, okay, we got 15, I think we had 15 or 18 candidates here, the top 5, you know, as we see it. That takes time. And I don't know if we internally have the time or the expertise to do that. So I would strongly suggest that we use an outside search firm, whether that's a local firm or a national firm. You know, that's up to the board to decide. But I think it's a much bigger task than anyone thinks it is. And, you know, we're on a compressed timetable. And so I think we're going to be having to do things like we used extensive Zoom interviews, and we had all of the candidates. They were given a list of 5 common questions, and they recorded themselves doing the 5 common questions and doing that. So we had a basis for us to look at before we even met them, and all of that was coordinated by the search firm, you know, doing all that. So there was a lot of work being done. And I would say, I think that if we choose not to do a search firm, and I'm just being brutally honest, I think that sends a message that we have an internal candidate who we're going to be focusing on, because I think you'll scare off many, many potential applicants of coming in if we were doing it internally. So that's just a decision we have to make. I think that's the downside of doing it internally. I think you drastically limit the number of candidates you have. And I think our students deserve to have the best, wherever the best comes from. So I would strongly suggest an outside search firm, whether board leadership or an ad hoc. I don't think it's that important one way or the other. I think board leadership can handle it. Quite honestly, I ended up doing probably 90% of it the last time through that. The community engagement pieces that you have here look appropriate, look reasonable. It's slightly different than what we did last time, but there's no best way to do it. I'm not gonna say what we did last time was perfect. I mean, it's more than adequate to give people a chance and give the community a chance, you know, to look at it. I think one of the key things in the community meetings, though, that it's key, is the community meetings need to be focused on not who do you want as superintendent, but what do you want as a superintendent and where do you want the school system to go. That was the whole focus, and that's why I think it's critical for an outside group to handle those conversations, because I don't think, again, that's not a conversation you can lead internally very easily. So strongly like an outside search firm, and strongly would like an outside firm to do the community meetings. Now, in the past, we've had the same firm do both. Splitting it up, yeah, okay. I mean, it's no big deal one way or the other. I think it's more cost efficient to have one, but we can do both on that. So those are just my thoughts. I think it's critical, though, that we have the candidates and the people coming away thinking that there was a fair and open process of what we went through, wherever it comes out, however it ends up being. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Mr. Martin.
Yeah, thank you. I think those are all excellent points, Mr. Godet, and certainly agree that we want to have a fair and open process. I think you raised one good point that I wanted to highlight, which is that there are, you know, there are different kinds of search firms that you can hire, right? You mentioned like sort of a national firm versus a local firm, and kind of the bare paperwork minimum necessary, which I think your point's very well taken, that's a lot. You're absolutely right. That's a lot of work. So I think as we consider how we want to approach this, we need to keep in mind that it's not either search form or nothing, right? It may be, we may not, some members of the board may not want to have like the big national search firm that's going to, you know, maybe bring in retreads or maybe not, you know, whichever, you know, as you said, experiences, Mr. Blue said, experiences have been different in a couple of areas, but you still may, but the same board member may still feel that we do need somebody to help us, perhaps a local firm, to at the very least help us with, you know, the processing of applications and preliminary reviews and so forth. Thank you.
Ms. Chatelain.
Just curious, maybe to Mr. Blue or Mr. Goday, when you did have a search firm, did you do an RFP for that search firm? Okay, and that,
We did, may I answer?
Yeah.
We did an RFP, and there were 2 search firms that responded. One was the local firm SSA, and the other firm was JG Consulting, which is a national firm out of Austin, Texas. And we chose JG Consulting mainly because we wanted to make sure we had a national scope, and we wanted to make sure that no one could say that there were any local politics or anything like that being played. So we went with the national firm, and again, they did not bring a stable of candidates or anything like that. I think that there are so many superintendency positions open right now, and it's sort of been a churn across the country, particularly after that. There are many firms in the area in doing that, many people looking in that. So you know, my preference would be to go with a national firm, but you know, that can be what it's going to be. I don't think that I don't think the difference is in the processing time, and I don't think there's going to be any different, and I think you'll get a broader slate with a national firm than you will with a local firm, but a good local firm can do the job too.
okay.
It's not, to me, it's what's your preference. It's not necessarily one or the other.
Thank you. I ask, and I don't think this is a process that should be rushed, but legally, you know, we are on a timeline here, so I'm curious if it's, you know, it's March 7th, and this superintendent search and selection timeline, I think we just have to be mindful of, okay, if we do a national search firm, that means an RFP. I don't know if we have to follow the 30-day standard time. It doesn't, it can be an RFQ, no.
My understanding, Mr. Shamlin, is a professional services contract does not need to be an RFP.
Per policy, and there's been some discussion most recently about this, per our current policy, the policy does require the board to issue an RFP for a professional services contract, but the board can set aside this policy because it's not state law.
And that
So it's-
policy would not be different whether it's a local firm or a
That's
national
correct.
firm?
That's
Thank you.
correct.
And if I could just add to that, that also includes the flexibility. We wanted to have like a 2-week RFP instead of a 30-day RFP. That would provide us the flexibility to do that. We just have to waive our own policy, which we do pretty regularly.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to, again, discuss it and know all our options.
Thank you. Any further board comment in regards to this slide on engagement? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I didn't know you were going slide by slide. Did I just jump ahead? Okay.
That's okay, you're fine. You're completely fine. Okay, and so I guess I will ask this just as a standard during this conversation. Mr. Shamlin, so is there any part, and this is more for public information, is there any part of this information that is on this particular slide with engagement that would call for a particular vote other than the RFP process that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, I don't see the slide, but I don't, from my memory, I don't believe so. Oh, there
Okay.
it is. Yeah, so the ad hoc search committee, per our policy, new policy, is under your authority to set those,
Okay.
to convene an ad hoc committee. The board would have to take a vote regarding any aspect of a search firm.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, all right, seeing no further questions or comments from the board, let's take a look at the next slide, please. The next one simply states superintendent qualities and credentials. Once again, this is a skeleton that I created. You all feel free, like I said, to push back. If you have questions or comments, feel free to share. The link that you see here is our current policy in regards to the superintendent powers and responsibilities. And if there was a discussion of any additional qualities or credentials that are desired for our next superintendent, or if our previous board members who are still serving, if you would like to address any comments that you all used in your process for the previous superintendency searches, feel free to share at this time. Mr. Russ.
I'll first cede to the wise gray-haired gentleman if they have anything to add in first. Okay.
I'll add in something very quickly.
Mr. Godig.
On the superintendent qualities and credentials, there's state law that says, outlines what are the state requirements. And so we need to make sure that we are clear on that. And there's a whole slew of different things and different ways to meet the requirements. But that's part of what the a search firm would do, is to be able to cull through that and make sure they meet the minimum state legal requirements for that. And I think that was all I was going to say. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Russ.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I wanted to chime in specifically on this, and I think we've brought this up in many different contexts as we just, realized that we were going to have to choose a new superintendent. And what has become evident to me, I think, that are key qualities that we need to be looking for, and this is just my personal opinion, is I think we need to find an individual that has a strong track record of execution. I think that it is the responsibility of our board and our community to set the vision and the goals and the strategy of what our school system should look like. And I think it would be an excellent fit to find an individual that can come in with a really strong background in executing on things of that nature, and can show, really strong commitment to what we're trying to do in our school system. The next quality that is very important to me is that we bring in a leader that has a strong background and experience in moving cultures in their employee base. I think one of the biggest problems we face as an employer, which we need employees to teach our children, is that we need to strengthen our culture of how our employees feel valued, creating a place that people want and desire to work, creating a place that is the destination for teachers, not the last resort. And I think that will take a very long and targeted effort with a cultural leader that knows how to do that, and specifically knows how to raise leaders up that can further bring that culture, because we have a lot of layers in our school system. It's a very big organization. So as you go from superintendent to chiefs to all the layers in between until you get to the school site, there's so many different people and there's so many different backgrounds and attitudes, and it takes a really strong leader to help get a vision for what a strong culture looks like all the way to the school site. And so I think we need a really unique characteristic there, and that can be very difficult to measure, but it can turn up in experiences and results, and in what motivates and what makes a leader who they are. What are the characteristics that they care about, and what is their integrity and character. So those are things that I'm looking for as a board member that are going to be number 1 and 2 on my checklist. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from board members at this time in regards to the particular slide in regards to superintendency qualities and credentials? Okay. All right, seeing none, we're going to move to the next. The next listed here is a suggested community engagement timeline. Like I said, still once again, just a skeleton in thinking about the details that have been mentioned of what this process should look like in regards to the previous voting item that we passed in regards to community engagement meetings that allow us to hear the voice of our community, of what they envision as far as qualities and credentials are concerned. I've just mapped out a plan here. This plan can be changed, but these were just some basic thoughts that I had in regards to us not bombarding ourselves with meetings, but allowing, there to be technically one, possibly two meetings per week, starting with next week if we decide to go in this direction. So we see meeting one, which would include the regions that were mentioned on the engagement slide. And so that would be next week, then meeting two the following week, meeting three the next week. And then, of course, I've heard a few voices from the community in talking about the possibility of having a business community engagement meeting and possibly a community organization engagement meeting with those that pretty much provide some of our wraparound services, some of our nonprofit agencies, things of that nature. And then, of course, you all know that it's near and dear to my heart that we have a virtual meeting as well for parents and individuals who do not have transportation or may not be able to make it out to a physical in-person meeting. And then, of course, we will need to culminate all of this information that we've collected. And so I was wondering if we could have some form of a workshop either on April 18th or the week thereof to be able to finalize all of the voices that we've heard. But I do want to know what my colleagues' thoughts are, and if anybody would like to share, feel free. Mr. Martin.
Well, just on a scheduling note, I wanted to let you know that I'm going to be out of town the week of April 1st. So I will not be able to participate in the business community engagement meeting if it's that week.
I think that's spring break, right? That's EBR
Yeah.
spring break, yeah.
Oh, everybody going to the beach, huh? Okay.
I mean, I'm going out of the country, so,
I think the business and community and community organization could be held in the same week.
Okay. Speak in the mic for us. Speak in the mic for us.
I think we should look at maybe combining or having two meetings the week of April 8th, the
Okay.
business community and the community organization, because I think the business community is also going to be on spring break like all the rest of us.
I
they'll be
understand.
the first ones at the beach.
Thank you so
Second-
much.
second one.
I know. Ms. Stewart.
I think next week, which is the week of the LSBA conference, wouldn't be a good week to try to conduct two meetings, being that we won't be available for the first couple of days. So, I mean, that needs to be adjusted because I won't be available. Yeah, because we Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday.
Thank you. And then, of course, if you guys have thoughts about maybe pushing the timeline back, we can do that as well. Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Ms. Stewart made the exact same point that I was going to make. And anyway, if that was not the case, 3 days is not enough time to galvanize this community around something that's as important as this.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. When I think of a workshop, I think of a complex problem or something that we dig down and work on. I'm not sure that gathering input would make a workshop necessary. I'm not sure what you had envisioned, but I think as long as we have the feedback maybe compiled to where we can review it. I don't know. Maybe you can comment on that, what you had in mind, but I'm not sure we need a workshop that.
It possibly would not need to be called that. It would be a presentation of the conversations that we've heard, you know, in report form, and possibly a discussion item like what we're doing now. So it doesn't have to be called a workshop. Okay, Mr. Martin.
I was going to suggest kind of to the comment you made a moment ago, Madam President, that maybe we push all of this back by about a week. You know, not exactly, you know, because I think that spring break week's got to be looked at carefully, but maybe, you know, and I think it's good to move quicker rather than slower, but we did give ourselves in the resolution we adopted until May 6th to actually start the advertisement. I'm not saying wait till that very last, you know, moment, but maybe we have a little extra time in here to take another week because, and that'll give us more time. But we don't start any of the meetings next week. That gives us a little more time to plan those meetings and structure them so there'll be a hopefully more productive engagement with the public.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gode.
Yeah, following up on that, I was just looking at the calendar. We have a regular board meeting on the 25th of April. And instead of that culmination workshop, since we will be hiring, according to the next item, a group to run these meetings for us, I think it would be appropriate for not having the workshop, but have at that April 25th meeting, presentation of the report and conclusion, and we can vote on whatever we want to advertise and do all that sort of stuff and put our final stamp on approval, because that'll be a regular meeting where we can take action and do that. So my suggestion would be to have April 25th as a culmination of a report coming back to us. I don't think we need necessarily a workshop. We can discuss it here. And that gives you a week to slide back a little bit to get the first meeting going on.
Thank you. Ms. Chatelain. Mm-hmm.
I'm also just curious on, what's the expectation of board members for these meetings? Is it expected that every board member attend? Is it a divide and conquer? Is it a discussion around, I think it's important, right, that we attend most, some, all, right? So just curious on your thoughts on expectations from board members here.
So for me, I don't have an expectation on you all. I know that if we follow the recommendation here of meeting 1, including District 2, 3, and 4, meeting 2, District 1, 6, and 9, meeting 3, District 5, 7, and 8, and then possibly a virtual meeting, of course, your communities will want to see you, but there's no requirement or no expectation on my behalf. Y'all know I try to go to everything. I'm just crazy like that. All right. I hope I answered your question. Okay. Mr. Gode.
Just FYI, for what it's worth, at the prior things at community meetings, board members were encouraged to attend. Most did, but not all. But also, board members were encouraged not to speak, that this was a community input session, not a board session, and we were there to listen, and the consultants were there to listen and note the concerns and ideas of the community. And so we were there. We were told to be there and be silent, which is difficult at times, but for the most part, I think we did that. So the expectation is to attend if you can, but the board members have really no role in this. It's the community speaking to us, not, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Board members at times seem to operate in silos. This is my district, these are my schools. I think it's important to be at as many, if not all, of these meetings, because what's important in one district, it may be totally different in another. But if we're going to be making these decisions, everyone should have an idea of what's happening through all the districts. Some districts there's 11 schools, and some districts there's 3 or 4 schools. So we all need to be as present as possible.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further comments in regards to the suggested community engagement timeline, we'll look at the final slide of information. And of course, I know that this will no doubt, this is, like I said, once again, just a skeleton, and we can change these dates. I know that we've already mentioned about the 25th possibly being the date that we would hear whatever is the report from the community engagement. But you see here, like I said, just a skeleton, the opportunity of opening the application window, and then the closing of the application window, possibly interview window time. Of course, I need to hear from everybody in this, and then also special meeting and/or superintendent selection. So you all please share your thoughts here, comments from my colleagues. Mr. Lewis.
I know he's not back there, but I was looking for Mr. Kuzan. Even though he's been doing this for 100 years, he has a real good idea of, there he is. Okay, not 100 years, I'm sorry. A half 100.
Ask and you shall appear. Come on.
Mr. Kuzan, just your knowledge, how long does it really take to put together a community meeting that's well attended? What goes into that? Whether we're doing it or someone else is doing it?
Actually notifying
In the
the
mic,
public.
thank you.
Notifying the public first and foremost in a timely manner, and that's using all types of modalities, utilizing our website, utilizing social media platforms, getting us on a morning show. We need to get out there to really notify the community. You have to utilize every modality out there and then provide in a timely manner. I would say definitely at least a week or two out.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
I keep pushing this button because it says I have gray hair. One of the things that it's just a thought, an observation on this thing. It's very hard to go from a whole slate of candidates to a superintendent, and you have less than 2 weeks to do that. I think that is probably too tight. And the reason I say that is, let's say you have 5 or 6 good candidates, and yeah, maybe we can do Zoom interviews and do that to narrow it down to 2 or 3. But I think you're going to want to have somewhere in here a selection of finalists, and have 2, maybe 3 finalists come down for interviews with us in person and doing that sort of stuff, and you take travel schedules and things like that. So I just think the May 27th to June 7th's tight.
How long did it take the last, well, I guess maybe in the very last selection process?
It depends, I guess it depends what you want it to do. We did the semifinalist selection, and then I think it was 2 weeks later that we had them down and did the finalist interviews and things like that. Because, and the reason I'm saying that is, people have no idea about how much time was spent doing background checks, how much time was spent doing reference checks, doing all these things. I must have made, during the course of that thing, I bet you I've made 50 phone calls going through this, talking to board members where people were at board, people were serving, talking to, we even went so far as, tell me some people who don't like you to go talk to and that sort of thing. So to do all those phone calls and those reference checks and do all those sorts of things, and then multiple board members were doing it. I know we had some board members who were talking to union presidents and, things like that of the districts that people were coming from and so on and so forth. So again, this is some of that behind the scenes work that doesn't come out, but I think you ought to have a process in mind where you go from, okay, here's everybody who's applied, to here's a slate of 4 or 5 that we can look at, and then from that we pick 2 finalists, and then we select a finalist, or 3 finalists and select a finalist. I think the funnel is just too. There's a process in that, and I didn't sit and call every reference on on the 10 people who were up for being semifinalists, but I did call all the references and stuff for the people who were, selecting down to the finalists and doing all that sort of stuff. So it is some work and it is some time, and you don't get everybody on the first phone call and, this, that, and the other. So I understand the need for expediency. I'm not trying to do that, but I also think this might be a little tight.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
I'll just point out in that same vein and similar to the discussion we had on the earlier slide that we do have until, I think it was the 14th of January that we voted for the interim superintendent, or the Right, right. So it's 6 months from, so whatever in July, the same day that we voted for the interim superintendent in January, is our deadline. So this schedule would put us a full month early, and so I think that means we have room to give that extra time that Mr. Gode suggests.
And I would also say we modified that as we went through that, because when we got there, we realized we didn't have enough room, so we added a little bit. So I guess the point I'm trying to say is, to me, this is almost like a no sooner than, but we can back it up if we need to back it up a little bit too. Don't feel like just because we put a date down on paper that's a gun to our head that we have to stick to that. We want to, if we can, but I wouldn't move it forward, because then you get into public notice issues and things like that. But to slide it back a little bit is totally okay. And remember, all of this that you go through, applications, everything else, is all open record, public record.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Can Mr. Shamlin go first, and then I'll come after him?
Yes, sir. Mr. Shamlin.
Answer the question.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to correct the interim superintendent's appointment was January 23rd. Just wanted to make sure we had the date. Yeah.
So that means we have until July 23rd.
Or thereabout, yes.
Yes. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Several other school districts in the state have hired superintendents within the last year or so. Have we reached out to any of those districts to see what they did? Best practices?
I have not.
Think about
Okay.
it. It may be something we may want to look into. How many of those districts engaged a national search firm? Actually, how did they go about it? What did their process look like? Was it very time consuming? Did they get it done in a reasonable amount of time? So just food for thought.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Shamlin. Okay, all right. Ms. Chatelain.
Just another quick thought or question to Mr. Blue or Mr. Gode. Last time, did you have all of your reference questions ready? Like, are you asking all the candidates the same questions? Are there templates that you've used? If not, maybe that's something we could jump on now so that when we get to this point, we're ready. But just curious what you did last time.
Mark, you want to?
Yeah, I can answer. There were a list of questions that each candidate had to answer so that we could go through them, and they wouldn't have the advantage of one person had heard the question before, but and then when we had our video interviews of some of the finalists, we were able to each present, I think it was 2 additional questions of our own that weren't part of the main questions that each one answered. So.
Okay. Just again, maybe a suggestion would be getting your interview process and questions, and then your reference check questions, and just share out what was done last. That could also help streamline this.
Mr. Gode.
Yeah. Board Member Chatelain, we also, like he said, we were doing a lot of this by Zoom because this was COVID. And so we did have a set of questions for each candidate, which they answered via the Zoom, but the Zooms were embargoed until, so other candidates couldn't look at the Zoom
to see what the questions were. And regarding other districts, the only other district that is comparable that I'm aware of is Orleans, and they did use a national firm, and I will get in touch with them, and it's easily to get in touch with them to get the how they went about and doing it, but they did do a national firm, and their new superintendent came from, I can't remember where she came from. Birmingham? Huh? Yeah. I don't remember where she came from, but she was not a local candidate that she came from. All the other districts are much, much smaller, and it's a much different scope, much different scale of what it is. But I know Orleans did do a national search.
But they all went through a process.
They all went through a process, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shamlin.
Yes, ma'am. If it's the board's pleasure, I could actually get some information from Hammonds and Sales, who handles a lot of superintendent searches, or at least works with firms across the state. Probably over the last year, I could get some information pretty quickly, so I'll work on that.
Yes, please and thank you. Ms. Stewart.
It's okay. I was going to ask Mr. Shamlin about that.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no further comments in regards to this slide, the only other slide we had was questions and discussion. Are there any additional questions and or discussion that we have at this time? And I will just start by saying thank you so much to all of you for all of your input. I'm hoping that I can take the information that we've discussed today and then, of course, still generate a report that can be shared and even publicized as well in regards to the comments that were given today. But if there are any other questions or comments at this time, feel free to enter the queue. All right. Seeing none, we will now move to the final item of the special meeting. And this is item C1, items for consideration, professional services contract, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Emergent Method in the amount of $35,000 to facilitate community engagement as it relates to the selection process of the superintendent. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Ballou. Comments from the board? Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make a suggestion on the motion. We have an updated proposal from the vendor, and I would like the motion to give me the authority to amend the proposed contract online to reflect the new terms, which are actually better for the district. There's a lower down payment and a payment schedule that's built into the new proposal. So if the motion could just read to authorize General Counsel to amend the proposed contract to reflect those terms.
So I would like the motion to reflect that, Mr. Ballou. Thank you. Look, it won't take long. The idea here is that we need someone who is not a district employee to provide us assistance with the public engagement aspects of this visioning process that we discussed last time, and that was a kind of a core portion of the vote that we took last month about how we wanted to move forward. We need, to properly structure any large public event to gain feedback that's comprehensible, right? Not just everybody tossing out, every possible idea under the sun, but to provide some structure to the conversation needs professional assistance. And I think this particular firm is very solid. They're a local firm that's done very good work in a number of areas. I think the particular team that they're assigning is quite capable, and I think that this will really help us. And I'd point out that this is not, and to the point that Mr. Gode made earlier, this firm is not being brought in to identify who the superintendent should be or to help pick the superintendent. They're being brought in to help us decide more clearly and express more clearly what kind of district we want to have, what kind of education we want to provide for our kids, and what that means in terms of all of the issues that are decisions that we have to make. month in and month out. And so I think that for that reason, it's very important to go ahead and get this firm engaged so we can get moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shamlin? Okay. Ms. Stewart?
My question is about the selection of this company. How was it brought about? Because I see this the only option as far as for them to facilitate the services. So how was this company chosen besides any other company? And if in the specifics, as you said, they're not here to choose or anything. So what is the purpose that they're, going to do specifically? How they were chosen to do that from any other company?
Thank you. In all actuality, and I've entered into the queue, I was planning to answer that question. They actually reached out to me asking if they could serve. From there, with the cost, number one, that they offered, which, in regards to other firms, it's very inexpensive. And then also with the fact that we just needed someone to engage in the community engagement piece, and we hadn't talked about whether or not we wanted a search firm. I actually coordinated with Mr. Shamlin to ask, because of course you all know for me, I prefer to use everything in-house. And so my question was whether or not our communications department could actually lead the conversations. And his statement to me was that would be somewhat of a conflict of interest, considering the fact that whomever is the superintendent would be the one that is supervising our employees. And so with that in mind, since I heard from this individual or heard from this organization, and then the price seemed to be not something that was extremely astronomical, that's the reason why I presented the item. But, we're open for a discussion, and if we end up voting in a different way, I'm totally fine with that as well.
I just want to know, were there any other options, or was this just because they called, we just gonna choose them and that's just that?
We can always visit another option. I'm totally fine with that. Yeah.
My question was just to ask, were there any other options? Were there any other firms, maybe anybody else that was interested that we know of?
There may be, but I don't know of them personally. Okay. All right. Anyone else with any comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay, we've got a couple of comment cards. Thank you. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Fairleigh Jackson, Coach Lewis's district K coach. I'm going to try to remain germane and stick with my 3 minutes, but everything that's been presented tonight, I feel like we should actually be given 6 minutes, because this last item was not what I think we expected to be received as information. There was a lot of formalized dates and commitments made that I really think you all should have heard from the public. You've talked multiple times about public input on this process, yet you just presented a process without public input. So I'll move on to this item. The first part of community and stakeholder engagement would be not holding this meeting at 4 p.m. today in this way with only 2 days' notice. I believe you would have a lot more community members if you had actually publicized this really important meeting and this contract around community engagement. I also am concerned about what was presented today to Ms. Stewart's point around a lack of interest in other entities. This scope of work was not uploaded until 6 hours ago for the public and for you all, and now it's apparently been amended again. I cannot see how a community engagement contract could possibly be approved in this way. It's beyond problematic. You all were on such a good trajectory of community engagement and transparency, and we're going backwards. So the timeline and the process around this has been something that we all thought we would be a part of. not just caregivers and parents of kids in this district, but teachers, principals, everyone. I'm sorry, I really am going to ask for more time because this is a really extenuating circumstance. So I agree, this should have been an RFQ or an RFP. The process considering this firm referenced in the original or scope of services mentioned starting in February. That's online. We saw that as the public. So you all have had this proposal since January. That is a little shady. So you could have done a whole RFQ process, apparently, and possibly done this with input. And there are other local firms that have more experience. And I'm not knocking Emergent Method. There's amazing people that work with Emergent Method. But there are people that have more experience in this work that, if I just pick up the call and say, hey, it's Fairleigh Jackson, coach, I want a contract to do some community engagement, like that's not really okay, right? So I'm sorry, I'm going off my notes because there's been a lot that's come out here, but we do have firms that have actually engaged in community engagement, that have engaged in search processes. And also this feels like it's ahead of formalizing the process that you all just presented for the first time. We keep going like cart before the horse here. So I implore you to not approve this tonight. It feels not okay. And also, we've had a lot of really difficult discussions in this room about relationships and special interest groups. There are ties of people in this firm to special interest groups. And if you're gonna go with a group that is tied to those groups, at least do an RFQ and an RFP where they've presented the best possible proposal. It just can't look like this. So from everything that we've seen in the past few months, in the name of transparency, I ask you all not to just approve this one contract because somebody made a call. And I also wonder if there's someone here from that firm to speak to this timeline, not with excuses or anything, but that made the effort like we do as community members every meeting to come out here. And we're not asking for money. We are simply here at this microphone to ask for transparency, to be heard in this process, and to ask that you all do the same. So, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. Dr. James Finney, a constituent of Ms. Stewart. This whole special meeting should embarrass all of you. I don't know if it will, but it should. To even think about talking about community engagement at a meeting that is designed specifically to dodge community engagement is abhorrent. You should vote this down. If you want to hire these folks after an RFQ, that's fine. This agenda is a big problem. You should not meet at 4 o'clock on a Thursday when every other Thursday meeting you have starts at 5. And the message that you just sent is you do not want the public's input. I don't know if that's the message that you intended to deliver, but that is absolutely the message you sent. Furthermore, there's an innocuous item, receive as information superintendent selection process. To misrepresent an agenda item that badly, I believe, is a violation of open meetings law. That was not a receive as information item, that was a board discussion item. And Madam President, you have the authority to ask for public input even when it's not legally required. And I think it would have been appropriate, considering your presentation and the board's invitation to discuss, to have asked the 6 of us that were actually in the audience whether we wanted to weigh in on that discussion. You have a slideshow that apparently the board is privy to that is not yet, as of a little bit ago, on board docs. So now you're going to make any member of the public that is curious go back and hit start, stop on the video if they want to see it. I think part of the reason you just got rid of a superintendent is because of a lack of transparency and a perception among the community that contracts went to favored people. Do you really want to backslide after making a positive step? Mr. Gode said that people might get the impression that we have an internal candidate. Of course we have an internal candidate. I guarantee I'll apply whether you use a search firm or not, but you absolutely have an internal candidate, and if he does a great job, you should hire him, give him a contract, and dispense with the illusion of a national search. With respect, one more thing with the 4 o'clock meeting. The sign language interpreter, that service was not contacted to have somebody here at 4 o'clock. That is a mistake that should never happen. With respect to this item in particular, and I appreciate the courtesy with a little bit of extra time, you absolutely should have done an RFQ. I frankly believe Ms. Jackson is more qualified than Emergent Method to do a community engagement piece, if for no other reason than she's been here. But she probably has more professional experience in community engagement than this firm bothered to mention in their proposal. My knowledge of Emergent Method is that the principal that's suggested as being the one that would run this for the company, Dr. Godfrey, is a former member of the board of a charter organization. The reason I recognize the name of the firm is I looked at the proposal, saw the address, and said, oh, that's where I went to a board meeting. It's the board that the president of the Baton Rouge Alliance for Students, or CEO or whatever, is a member of, was a founding board member with Dr. Godfrey. So you hire these folks without the process of an RFQ. You send the message that the charter organizations are going to be in control of this superintendent selection process. Whether that's what you mean or not, that is the message you send. And one last point, Mr. Rust has presented for discussion later this evening a reasonable proposal for requiring that professional services go through an RFQ process. Right now would be a good time to follow the spirit of that very sensible policy. Thank you for your indulgence. Please vote no.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. I have entered into the queue. You all, I want to share, first of all, thank you so much for your comments. As I mentioned to you before, the idea of the previous discussion was definitely a learning curve for me. I knew that I wanted us to be able to have a conversation about what the process should be like. I do understand that we are operating in a tight and a very time-sensitive allocated amount of time to be able to get a permanent superintendent. I will also share that when this individual or this company reached out to me, it was Ms. Godfrey. You are correct in that, Dr. Fanning. My question to her was whether or not she had any ties to any of the local interest groups that support us. She said no. So I'm giving you guys the transparency that I have. Now, of course, for me, y'all already know that's always my thought pattern is I want to be thoughtful of the voices, I want to remain transparent, and I want to remain professional. So, of course, I will share with you that however our votes turn out, I'm always okay with that because this is what is considered as a democracy and everybody's voice matters to me. All right, so we will now move on to Mr. Ballou.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have any experience with Emergent Method. I know they have a solid reputation, and we've used other firms before for this type of community engagement, and they've done very well. I don't see a problem with giving them a shot. It's a relatively small contract. This company is not being engaged to help us make the selection. It's simply to facilitate community meetings and getting community input. So I don't see that there's any conflict, I don't have a problem with giving them a try. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Godey.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to give people a point of reference that the last time we did a search, granted it was 2019, but the cost of the search, which included all of the community engagement and the entire search process, was $25,000. And that also included a guarantee that if something happened with our superintendent, which did, and so the second search was done at no cost. So just to let people have that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I want to second Mr. Ballou's points. This is not that large a sum of money in the grand scheme of things. The fact that somebody was on another board, as the same board as another person, people are engaged civically in this town. The fact that I serve on boards with people that I really disagree with. Not counting this one, but the fact that people serve on boards does not mean that they're ideologically aligned or connected to anybody else, and so I think that's just an erroneous suggestion. Look, in an ideal world, would I like an RFP? Absolutely, but we have to get this moving, right? The board meets once a month in regular session, twice a month with the committees and whatnot. We just a few weeks ago voted for the process, the general process and timeline that we wanted to follow with this. If we're going to wait 30 days, then we still wouldn't be voting on this to run an RFP. We still would not be voting on this tonight, and we wouldn't be able to meet this timeline that the president laid out earlier. We need to get them on board. We can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and so I think this is appropriate to move forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Yes, I just wanted to bring back up in regards to my question initially about emergent, as some of the other colleagues mentioned about, being associated with other companies or entities or anything like that. I think just to be fair and just to be transparent, we do need to allow any other agencies to apply for this. And like Mr. Godey said, previously it was done at $25,000 with a compilation of more than just the engagement. So is anybody here that can speak on about the RFP or how the time frame or how we can do this in a quick capacity?
That might be is that you, Mr. Shamlin, or Ms. Lopez?
We have a procurement director, I believe. I don't know if he's here tonight. I don't want to misspeak.
Right.
Generally, our RFQ process takes roughly 30 days, 30 to 45 days, depending. A committee has to be convened, proposals advertised. The selection committee meets to determine, to look at the proposals, the bids, and then makes a recommendation to the superintendent, makes a recommendation to the board. So there is a process. It can be abbreviated.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to know.
Yes, it can be abbreviated.
Can we do that? Can we abbreviate that process?
It's my understanding that we can.
Okay, so I recommend that we abbreviate the process to allow other entities to apply for this so that we can be fair across the board to be able to get this done in a timely manner. That's my recommendation.
Would that be a substitute motion?
That would have to be a substitute motion.
I would like to do a substitute motion.
Okay.
To do that, however you want to word it, Mr. Shamlin,
Okay, so there's a substitute motion on the floor to abbreviate or change the process.
To
so that
abbreviate
way
or
we
change
have
the
a
process for the RFP to allow another entity to apply for this engagement other than the one that we currently have.
Okay, all right. Is there a second? Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart and seconded by Mr. Lannis that we engage in an RFP process towards a firm to serve for our community engagement. Okay, all right. Comments from the board. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. And just let me say, it feels good to be back. It's been a while since I've been inside of this room, but I have been taking notes Everything's been flowing the correct way. But what I will say, though, is seconding something that Mr. Gode said. Back in 2019, when we were going through that process, if you can recall, Mr. Gode, that was a local agency who does amazing, phenomenal work throughout this community, SSA. And when that happened, a lot of people raised some concerns around using local vendors, around not only transparency, but just the process as a whole, how it looked to our community. So what we did was we went back to the board and we allowed other people to put in their proposals, and that's when we came up with JG. And they came in actually much less than the proposal that we were going to give at $25,000 and retrofitted that entire package, just saying that they can come back and change anything, redo the search for free, which I'm glad they did, because obviously, as you know, at that time, the person who was our superintendent had some health concerns and she had to bow out, and we got to go through that next process without having to expend any type of money. I say all that to say, Emergent Methods is a phenomenal company who does phenomenal work with so many different agencies and organizations. I know them personally, have nothing against them. I think, but for the sake of making sure that the community feels as though we are fully transparent throughout this process, because this is one of our singular biggest processes that we're going to have while we serve on this board of selecting our next superintendent. I do think that it's best that we allow others to give a proposal just to ensure, one, we're not spending too much, and also, two, that we're getting the best bang for our buck. I just think it's just a good process to do so. So I'll stop there, but thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you're back as well, and I'm glad you were able to give those comments also, because we had heard from Mr. Ballou and Mr. Gode on the previous process, so I'm glad that you were able to share. And if you have any additional comments too, we'll be glad to hear once we vote on this item, because I know you were just making it in.
Point of order, he can't speak, he has no white hair.
Hold up, I'm checking my beard.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, because they were talking about who has white hair and who doesn't earlier, so you missed that conversation. All right, Mr. Lewis.
I'll waive. I'll come back later.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. It certainly sounds nice in theory to have an RFP, but the reality is that if we do that, then we're going to have to throw out all the other discussion that we just had about timeline, because we just can't. To finish writing the scope of work that's appropriate to put out to an RFP is going to take him till Monday or Tuesday, right, before it's actually released. You have to have a minimum of 2 weeks to respond to that. So let's say they put it out on, like, they do it really fast and they put it out on Tuesday the 12th. All right, responses aren't going to be due until Tuesday, the 26th of March. And it takes time to then receive those responses for the evaluation committee that's appointed by the superintendent to review those responses and score them and whatnot, which means that the earliest that's going to take the rest of that week. So we'll be voting on this item in a best case scenario, either the end of the very last end of March or the first week of April, which is, as we noted earlier, spring break week, and many of us will be out of town then. And so the reality is if we have an RFP, as well-intentioned as that is, and I certainly agree that would be what we would do in an ideal world, Ms. Stewart, that at this point in time, we don't have time to do that if we hope to maintain the schedule that we have to meet by law in order to select this new superintendent by July the 23rd or whatever the date that Mr. Shamlin said earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. Couple of comments. I think there's always time to do things right. Second comment is that we took the votes and the vote was taken to accept the resignation of our current superintendent. I believe it's been 6 weeks ago. There's been plenty of time for an RFP to have been put together if one was chosen to be done. Obviously, this statement of work was put together anticipating a February start, so it's been out there. So I'm not going to be pushed into an emergency situation where we could have done something better. And, to me, there's always time to do the right thing right. And, Mr. Shamlin, I have a question for you. The state law says explicitly that we could not have an interim superintendent for any period more than 6 months. Are we required to have an interim superintendent, or can the superintendency be vacant? My question goes to, okay, so July 27th, if we don't have a person, we can't continue with an interim superintendent, but can we just have a vacancy?
My understanding is that we cannot have a vacancy. The
Okay.
state law requires you to have a superintendent.
Okay, I just wanted to ask that question to clear it up. So that is our hard deadline. Thank you. Now, we could have a contract with someone for a month. So we could take the interim superintendent and say, okay, you're going to be superintendent and you have a 1-month contract.
I believe so, but I would want to confirm that.
I just would like to get some clarity on is it July 27th a guillotine?
My hesitation there, Mr. Gode, is there's a state statute around contracting with the superintendent that
I understand.
actually speaks to the minimum term of a contract for a superintendent.
I don't think it speaks to a minimum term. I read it.
I'll
So would
check
you
it.
go look at, I just want to know, are we looking at a guillotine date of July 27th? Or is it something that with some finesse we can get around?
I'll find out and let the
Okay,
board know.
thank you.
Okay, okay, all right, so she waives. We've already had comments. No, we have not had comments from the public in regards to the substitute motion. Okay. All right. Comments from the public. Ms. Jackson. Oh,
I'll turn in my card in a moment.
okay, okay. Okay, Dr. Fanny.
It's fine.
I hope most of you are sitting down because Mr. Gode and I are in solid agreement. I had a boss tell me once, facts are facts, but perception is reality. Do not taint the process and the entire term of the next superintendent by starting off on the wrong foot. And don't let haste interfere with your ability to do things correctly. So I think an RFP is entirely appropriate and absolutely necessary. And I already got a text from somebody else in the community who would be happy to make a proposal in response to an RFQ. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson.
Fairleigh Jackson, Coach Lewis's district. I would like to thank you, Ms. Stewart, for the substitute motion, and Mr. Lannis for the second. I firmly and wholeheartedly agree, as I stated in my previous comments. And, another firm was mentioned that had done an RFQ for the search last time. And from my understanding from the director of that firm, some of the feedback that they got was that their community engagement was too extensive. And that this is SSA. And, now learning the dollar amounts associated with the whole package for a search firm versus this contract, it then does become a financial issue as well, especially when we don't know what to compare it to. Also, I agree with Mr. Gode that you all can't keep being forced into an emergency because you failed to act. This is not okay. We can go back through this timeline, and you could have done an RFP or an RFQ. As I brought this up to several of you the past 2 days. Like, this could have happened in a transparent way. So we're not throwing out the discussion, Mr. Martin, of what you did before. You just didn't do it in a timely way. And sometimes you all need to step back and say, we made a mistake and we didn't handle this right. And especially when the community is sitting here saying it, and a lot of you are acknowledging it, do the right thing. Again, this is getting this off on the right foot. Public engagement, this is what this is about. So it's not a emergency situation. It's not a timeline situation. It's a problem, and it's taking a step back and asking the hard questions. When do we have to do this? When do we have to do that? And then putting the transparency first. y'all, like I said before, like, I wrote a letter to the editor, y'all, talking about how great y'all were doing. Keep me being right. I'm not right often. You know, I really like to be positive. So let's do it. Let's do this the right way. I support the substitute motion. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further public comment, we will now turn to comments from the board. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, Madam President. And I won't beat the horse over the head, but I will say, you know, in this particular case, we are weighing two options, one of which is a matter of priority and another one is a matter of transparency. And I think that we can walk and chew gum at the same time in this particular instance, because as I said before, this is the singular biggest thing that we're going to do. There's two things by state policy and in a state constitution that outlines what a school board member does. One is the hiring and firing of a superintendent. The other one is the passing of a budget. Those two processes have to be completely transparent so that the people who watch us, monitor us, and the people who are also taxpayers get a sense of understanding that we are moving in a direction that makes them feel comfortable that we're doing great things. And I do agree with you, Ms. Jackson. I read the article that you wrote. It was very pleasing. I like the place that we're going into. Let's don't take any back steps. Coach, wasn't it you that said it? Got that small little mirror, but the other one in the front is big. Let's keep moving in the right direction.
Right.
Let the people see that this is a transparent process. Let them see that we're working together. I'm willing to do whatever we have to do, but let's make sure it's transparent. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
The RFP, can the language of the RFP be worded such as this is an expedited process? You know?
Yes.
So it doesn't.
Mr. Shamlin is nodding his head, yes.
Okay. Okay, so it doesn't have to actually follow, instead of 30 days, maybe 15 days. You know, and I agree with Mr. Goday on some of the points that he made, and Ms. Stewart as well. I've sat right over there for about a year, and I harped on our fiduciary responsibilities, okay? And making sure we had a balanced budget and those types of things. I do not want to see this board go backwards, nor do I want to see it go through some of the stuff that we went through in December and January with the public. So we chose to jump in this briar patch, and we got to do it the right way. I do not want anybody to, I want to be transparent. We talk about transparency, and so let's be transparent. I'm going to support the substitute motion. And that's just how it is.
Thank you. Ms. Chatelain.
I just have a few questions to understand the substitute motion and what the next steps would be. Who, I guess Mr. Shamlin, who would be in charge of writing the RFP, the scope, posting, and then getting back? Would it be the board or would it be the district's procurement team?
My recommendation, we have a procurement director, Jordan Clements, but he would work with board leadership to determine what would be in the RFQ, and make sure they're comfortable with that before it gets sent out. So our staff would work with board leadership.
Okay. And then my question for Ms. Stewart, so if this is your substitute motion, can you walk us through what your timeline, like what do you suggest here?
Well, as he indicated, we can abbreviate the time frame to what it needs to be conducive of a shorter time period. So me indicating a specific time, that's not my job. That is when whoever, like he said, works with board leadership to put it together in a reduced time frame other than the 30 days, which is what we normally do. And I feel like we can't do that. It can be done.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. We neglected to follow our recent practice of reading the board, reading the internet comments. So I want to read the one public comment that's been on the internet from Storm Matthews. While I appreciate the desire for transparency and having someone that doesn't work for the interim superintendent in charge of these community meetings, I do think that we should do an RFQ to find an organization to be responsible for such meetings. So that's the public comment. Now, I'd entered the queue to speak for myself. I think that I think that I'm very concerned with the delay that will be caused by going forward with an RFQ process. That's going to be significant, but I think we can probably manage to make productive uses of that time. So wait, I'm not allowed to speak in favor of the substitute motion since I made the original motion, am I?
Actually, I don't remember the rule on that one. I believe you can't speak against your own motion.
I'm not speaking against my own motion. I will, in the interest of building consensus on the board, I will support the substitute motion.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Thank you. For the makers of the substitute motion, I'd like for you to consider a slight change to that, because I'm trying to make this expeditious as we possibly can. So I don't think that given this type of RFP or RFQ that we're going for, that we need a committee from the staff to look at it. I think the board chair, the president and the vice president can receive the proposals, and then they can look at the proposals and grade the proposals in any manner they see fit and come to us, because this isn't a sealed bid kind of thing or a bid kind of thing. It's a professional contract. So I would suggest that the president and vice president be the selection committee, and then they present the board with their recommendation and with all the other proposals that they might have received. So that would cut down a step, and I would hope that we could have only a 2-week period and get it out very quickly, because I think we can do this very rapidly and very, very openly to do that. And I see, as some of these things, as you get into this, a committee from staff isn't really the best place for this to be judged. It needs to be the president and the vice president to do the judging.
Yes, sir. I'll connect the procurement director with the president and vice president first thing in the morning so they can start the process of working through what the document looks like before the release.
Okay, and there's no policy issue if they make the decisions on which ones to represent. Okay, because again, we don't need another group of people looking at it to bring it to us and do all that sorts of things. Thank you.
Thank you. I have not entered the queue, but I do have a question in regards to Mr. Gode's statement. So is there a way, in the effort of transparency, that the proposals would be available for public view?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Our procurement director is here. I don't know if he wants to speak to that, but he is here now.
Okay. Thank you. And for the public's knowledge, that's the reason why I want you to answer this question. Thank you.
Good evening. Yes, I'm Jordan Clements, Director of Procurement. Apologize my tardiness. I was going through security, so I did miss a little bit of the conversation. But yes, so once we receive the proposals and you make they will be available to the public once we make an award. So during that time, because you're still going through the competitive process, you don't release that to the public. But once we come with a decision, make an award, we can release that. And it's the same process for RFPs as well. So, and I would say this would probably be better suited for an RFQ, as Mr. Gode said. This is a service as opposed to a material supply. So RFQ would be better suited.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Mr. Lewis.
Mike, you mentioned the president and the vice president, but shouldn't someone from finance sit in on that conversation? I mean, it's budgeting and financing.
I don't think it's necessary, because what would they provide? All you can see is the cost. I don't necessarily see, you can, but I don't see what they would add, because we're really looking at qualifications. And the dollar value is important, but the dollar value is going to be listed, and that's something that they would take into consideration. And it's something we're going to see, because they can come in and go, here's the 3 proposals, here's the cost of 3 proposals, here's the scope of 3 proposals, and this is what we chose. And the differences here, you're going to be talking $10,000 difference, $15,000 difference. It's not like it's $1 million one way or $1 million the other way. So you can, but I'm comfortable without.
Well, if everybody else is comfortable, then that's fine, but
Yeah.
we're talking about transparency.
Yeah.
So,
Well, the transparency is going to be the dollar values are going to be on the proposals.
okay.
I'm trying to keep it as simple as we can.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Chatelain.
For the sake of moving this along, I just think, now we know this proposal and the price, and RFQ means you're really just going to be looking at price. So you're going to have to go with the lowest bid. I mean, if the scope is the scope.
No. With the request for qualifications, you look at a variety of factors, one being the qualifications. Price is a factor, but it's not the only factor. A bid would be the only time a price is the sole factor. So you have other criteria which we'll have to set in this RFQ that we're going to score these proposals on.
Point of information, Attorney Shamlin, because Emergent has already submitted a proposal, they will be allowed to submit another proposal, and they can make any changes they need to, correct?
Yes, that's
All
correct.
right, so
Yeah,
I
they
only
have
say that
to.
out of a sense of fairness, so no one thinks that whatever Emergent Methods has already submitted, that they cannot resubmit again to keep the process fair and balanced. All right, thank you.
Seeing no further comments, we will now entertain a vote, and this is on the substitute motion. Ms. Arman or Mr. Shamlin, will you read the details of the substitute motion for the sake of the public?
A substitute motion authorizing an abbreviated RFQ process to select a firm to engage in the superintendent selection process regarding community meetings.
Please vote.
Madam President, I'm not logged in. Do we want to just do a roll call so we can move along?
Sure, we can entertain a roll call, considering that we have 3 committee meetings following. Let us begin if, Ms. Arman?
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay?
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yay.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Godey.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Yes.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, this brings this meeting to a close, so we will adjourn, and if we can prepare to begin our first committee meeting, which will be the Budget Committee meeting tonight, within 5 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Time to get going again. Looks like we have a quorum of our committee, so I am delighted to call to order the very first meeting of our new Budget and Finance Committee. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Here.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis. Present. District 8, Ms. Chatelain. We have a quorum.
Good. And members, will you please make sure that you're join the appropriate meeting in board docs? Before we get started, I just want to take a moment of personal privilege to recognize that my sister and my mother have come to join us today. My sister, you've heard me talk about, is an elementary reading teacher specialist in Atlanta, Georgia. My mother, everybody please join me in wishing my mother a very happy 80th birthday today. I owe a great deal to my mom. Thank you very much, Mom.
Happy birthday.
All right. With that dispensed with? Ms. Hall, no, she's not. Much as I would love to have her move back to Baton Rouge, I don't think that's happening. So, but thank you for looking out for the district. All right. The first item on the agenda is to receive as information a presentation on the City Suite, the new ERP system. So whoever is giving that, Ms. Jones is coming to the microphone. Take it away.
Thank you and good evening. I'd like to introduce Mr. Al Coogan, who is our Director of Management Information Systems, and he has spearheaded this years-long process to get our old gym systems into the modern age. So I'll allow him to share with you what we've been up to.
Thank you, Amy. Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me present. Chairman, Mr. Martin, thank you for letting me be the first presenter in your new committee. I appreciate that. And welcome, Superintendent. Thank you for allowing us to present tonight before the board and board members. Tonight we're here to give you an update on our ERP migration. I would like to begin with a couple quotes that I ran across during this process that I thought pertained. One was from Mr. Tony Robbins. Said, change happens when the pain of staying the same is greater than the pain of change. And Mr. Joe Keating also had a quote. A lot of people have spent a lot of time keeping the future restrained so they can hold on to the past, squeeze a few more years out of what they know because they're afraid of what might be. Next slide. Here's an overview of our migration timeline. You know, the advertisement for RFP began in 2021, and you can see the timeline all the way to March 4th, 2024, which is when we went live with a financial ERP from City Suite. Next slide. Some of our goals when we began this process, we wanted to upgrade the ERP software to use modern technologies and enhance the security and user functionality. We wanted to move the software to a cloud environment. We wanted to consolidate redundant systems to reduce extra software costs. We wanted to improve the hire to retire process, update to reduce manual data entry and improve hiring, onboarding, and electronic integration into the ERP system. We also wanted to update the internal paper processes to use software workflows, electronic approvals, electronic vendor notification, and electronic payments. And we also, a major piece is to clean data and update the structure to follow federal, state, and accounting standards. Next slide, thank you. We began the on-site training we set up with our software vendor. They had set up a test environment, and we began our first on-site training with our software vendor in April of 2023. During that time, we encouraged all of our users to go ahead and log in, practice, get familiar with the system. And that went since April of 2023, and we had another in-person training from our software vendor in February, the first week of February of 2024. And that has been ongoing as well. And we also had Harris here this past week with some in-person training. Next slide. Some of our successes, the ERP software in a production cloud environment, software access from anywhere you have an internet connection, software authentication, enforcement with secure browser technology, location numbers that we use in the city suite, HR, payroll, and finance, we want to match what the state of Louisiana has. So all location numbers are going to match this LDOE. General ledger account structure was enhanced for improved reporting. Our general ledger cleanup to use accounts with activity over the last 2 years. So when we converted over to GEMS was in 1999. So we're talking about 23 years of account numbers and data that really needed to be cleaned up. Nothing ever got removed. Our software transactions are in real time, and updates are no longer done in a batch process like the old days in mainframe and how they used to be. And one of the biggest things is this new software empowers the user with the ability to pull data quickly and to export that data into Excel, PDF, or an HTML format. Some of our ongoing items that we're still looking at in finance that we're still working on, we're continuing our training, and one of my team members, Mr. Mark Terranova, has created a lot of short, precise videos on how to do specific tasks in the new software, and we've been sharing that over the last 3 weeks with all our staff that use the software. The training videos, we included those training videos in the Canvas software that the district uses. Where one of this slide here where we're balancing GL transactions through February 29th, we've completed that. We've loaded the March transactions through, that took place in early March already. So we're just going to balance those and we'll be up to date. We've already had some members of our finance grants department actually running some reports in the old system and the new system to make sure everything's balancing. We're loading our fixed assets in the city suite. In that process, we're also cleaning up some of those old disposed of assets, so we don't need to carry those forward. We're looking at, after the conversion of March 4th, we're looking at vendor cleanup. And we believe our vendor records, we should have an audit on all our vendor records. You know, we want to make sure we have W-9s for all of our vendors and we validate that. We want to do invoice scanning. So all the invoices that come in, we want to scan them electronically and attach them to the purchase order. We have, this new software allows us to create invoice templates to speed up the process and eliminate some of this manual keying that goes on in our department. Phase 2, we have electronic payments to vendors. ACH, it's been around since the 80s, but we want to move in that direction and then see what other technologies apply to the school system. We also want to integrate the new City Suite software with our district File Nexus document imaging solution. And then our phase 3 is to migrate all of the school accounts under the same umbrella. Some of the goals we have that we're looking at with the human resource piece of this migration, we want to update all job titles to be more generic, a little consistency in a name, and Ms. Nicola Hall has been actively assisting us with that. We want to also look at, and we want to remove excessive active unfilled positions. Currently, there's 39,299 active unfilled positions. We want to update our budget and salary matrix to match the ERP database. So once we update the database, we want to try to clean up and simplify the salary matrix. We've offered some suggestions to Ms. Kelly Lopez that she's looking at. I believe when you see the budget and you start looking at the salary matrix, there's a lot there. The hire to retire process updates. We want to reduce the manual data entry and improve hiring, onboarding, and electronic integration into the ERP system. In that piece, which is Kildare HR, I'm hoping by the end of the week that we finalize that piece and we can begin training our users on that part of the software migration. We wanted to apply the LDOE object and function codes to assignments. That's the positions within City Suites. to enhance accuracy of state reporting. And we want to review and update job applications, hiring, and onboarding documents before they go out. Next. On the payroll side, this is a quick slide. One of the things that we need to do, like I said, there's a lot of information out there over the years. We want to clean up our cost centers. That's the account numbers pointing to the expense. And right now there's 27,006 of them in the system. We have type codes that are part of that. There's 673 of them. The new system has an employee portal that allow the employees online to enter leave requests, and that will go through a workflow for approval and electronically entered into the payroll system, so there's no longer any manual data entry for time. And we want to reduce our number of payrolls. And if you look at the number of payrolls in the year 2021, 22, and 2023, the district runs a lot of payrolls. It's a manual, intensive process that requires a lot of people. But you can see those numbers. There's a lot of reasons why, and we can always get into that whenever you want. But our goal is to reduce that. If we ran a payroll every week for the year, what are we talking about, 52 payrolls? So anyway, there's a lot of opportunities here at the district, and we want to help you and help the district and our community enforce these and put some of these things in place. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yeah, just if you go back to that slide that talked about the phases, the March 4th and then the phases, what's the timeline for those phases? And March 4th was just the other day, so did that March 4th date go okay?
Yeah, that March 4th date, we went live, so we're on the financial system right now. We've probably had over 200 requisitions entered this week, invoices, checks paid, so the process is going. We actually made all our payments to our charter schools. That was like a big one that happened on Monday that we had to get done. But the March 4th these are the things we're looking at continuing. So this migration, in the way I see it, it doesn't end today. It doesn't end March 4th because there's a lot more work that we need to do and a lot more opportunities that we as a district can become more efficient.
Right. So but the phase 2 and the phase 3, the electronic payments to vendors, the migrating school accounts into City Suite, is that still work left to be done?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yes.
and what's the timeline for those phases?
The actual ACH payments, I would hope we could accomplish that by the end of June. The integration into FileNexus, it looks like we might be able to we wanted to get stable on the application, and then there's already an integration with our document imaging solution with our vendor. There's already a partnership there. So all of the electronic invoices and POs, so that should happen pretty quick. I'm hoping that within the first 3 months that we should, by June, we should be done with that too. Now, the migration of the school accounts, that's a big project. That's a lot of work. We're talking about each one of the schools in the district and the accounting software they use. Their vendor numbers are different, the names are different, the account numbers are different. So we got to standardize that and then bring all that into the ERP system with our ERP's chart of accounts. So that's going to be a big project right there. And at this time, I don't have a date on that.
Okay. Thank you. Superintendent Smith, you in the queue or just for that? Okay. Mr. Goday?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Coogan. And as all of you know, this is a project near and dear to my heart, trying to get this put into place. I think you've seen some of the things that have been accomplished already, and also get a feel for the need of why we need to do this and the things still out there. But first of all, I'd like to thank you and your entire team and all of the employees that had a role in this. Doing this is extra work because you have to do your regular job while at the same time you're doing all of this, trying to get all of this put together and cleaned up to do the upcoming job, and you're cleaning up stuff that someone who retired 8 years ago put in there and it's never been cleaned up. So it's a thankless job, but I don't want it to be thankless anymore. I want to thank everyone out there who worked very hard on this. If we are ever going to get efficient as a district, this is the kinds of things we need to do. I know Ms. Hall is here. I know there's a lot of stuff left on HR, and I was hoping that HR would have been able to start up at the same time, but I recognize we had people we needed to hire and do all these things and shortage of staff, so I will give you a break. But, it's the kind of thing we need to get in there because a lot of the issues we have with employee morale and things like that relate to payroll issues and other things where it's a mismatch between what HR has and what finance has and payroll has, and that's because they were all on different systems. And so not only is this an efficiency system for me, it's also an employee satisfaction because if HR and finance and payroll are looking at the same data, they're going to make the same decisions on that data, and you won't have things falling in the crack because someone misinterpreted or punched in the wrong data or did something like that. So this is more than just efficiency. It's really employee satisfaction that comes into this. Another thing is it's community satisfaction, I hope, because I know a lot of people have been pushing us to do things like being able to come into the open checkbook or, whatever they say. We quite frankly didn't have a system that was very capable of doing that with any degree of anything I'd have confidence in. My understanding is City Suite is also used by the parish government, if I'm correct. Doesn't the city of Baton Rouge use City Suite?
No, I don't believe they use City Suite. I know the company Harris owns many software products. And I believe one of the things we talked about was the state of Louisiana uses it for eScholar. It's a Harris product for what they use.
But the thing is, once we be able to get all of these accounts hooked up and we have the vendor data, people don't understand, you got 39,000 employee job descriptions out there. That's just ripe for confusion. I'm sure our vendor data probably hasn't been gone through and audited for however long, and I hope we don't find any vendors being paid that no longer exist, but it hasn't been done in forever. And so these things need to be cleaned up so we can confidently provide information to the public. So my hope is within the next 6 months to a year, we'll be able to jump into the open checkbook or whatever the thing is out there that we can do that, and not only be able to give it data, but give it data that we have confidence in that's right. Because any data we'd have given up to this point, I have zero confidence that it would have been right, and it would have just caused as much confusion as anything else. So I applaud all the hard work that's gone into this. I caution that someone told me that an ERP, there's a lot of terms thrown around here, and I don't know how familiar people are with terms, but ERP is Enterprise Resource Planning, and so it covers the whole thing. This is not a project to implement. This is a way of life, and you will be implementing this system from now on, and you just need to have that as your mindset. That you will be implementing this system 5 years from now, 10 years from now, because things will keep changing, new releases will come out. And the one thing that I insisted on early in the beginning, and I think they followed through very carefully, is that there were no code changes. We did not make any changes to the software code. We configured it according to the manufacturer's abilities to give us to do that, but we didn't change any code. And that means as updates come out from the developer, we can apply those updates to our system and keep current on them, so we're not running a 25-year-old system. But that also means new things will be coming out. We have lots of things to clean up. So I just want everyone to understand that implementing this is an ongoing way of life, not a project.
Absolutely.
And you just need to have that mindset when you go into this. So thank you very much, and thank you for all the people who worked very hard on this, and thank you for all the people who are going to continue to work very hard on this for us to get all the benefits for our employees in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goody.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Ms. Chatelain.
Like Mike, this kind of stuff really interests me, and I echo him, and kudos to you and your whole team. Working on this since 2021. I hope you guys threw yourselves a party on March 4th.
Not yet.
Maybe it might have been a sad party, but a party nonetheless. I am curious, when I look through this, I see cost savings that are coming to the tunes of millions, I'm willing to bet. Do you have a team, like who's working on this HR and these phase 2, phase 3? Do you have anybody hired to do this work specifically, or is it extra work on layers of your team?
It's extra work on our team.
Okay, I really think it would be beneficial to have someone solely focused on this that can speed up these phase 2, phase 3 and getting HR up to speed. That's not adding to our already awesome team. Because when I look through this, I mean, the fact alone that you're running that many payroll runs, I'm sure you pay per payroll, right? Every time you run payroll, that's a cost, a fee. Savings there, cleaning up all of these, I mean, that is multiple full-time jobs, much less one extra person. So I'm curious on if we can hire or assign somebody to do this project. Because if you're willing to spend the $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, I think it would save the district millions of dollars to do the work. So I just wanted to state that that's something I would look into is getting you guys some help. This is not a current team job. This is a team in and of itself. I know you know that, and I'm like talking
absolutely.
at you, but
That's fine.
that's all I had to say is that this is huge.
It's big. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chatelain. I want to join my colleagues in thanking you and the entire team that's worked on this. I lived through LSU moving from its old mainframe ERP system, which had been homegrown and programmed in COBOL over the past 30 years, and they moved to an ERP system, a modern ERP system. Mr. Godey, we weren't quite as successful as LSU in implementing that no-code directive. We tried hard, and we mostly succeeded, but not entirely. Well, we overly configured in a few places. But at any rate, I recognize that this is a tremendous effort. At LSU, we spend $10 or $11 million on consultants to help us with the implementation. And I'm fairly sure you didn't have an army of any consultants helping you guys. So tremendous effort and congratulations and our heartfelt appreciation. I agree also with Ms. Chatelain. If some additional resources and some extra help from outside contractors or somebody else could speed this along. This is very vital to the board and the district. Please present a plan to us through an RFP if we're getting consulting help, and bring that back to us. I also want to express appreciation to Mr. Godey and the entire previous board who pushed the district to do this and implement this. It was absolutely essential, and I'm very grateful that they did. Thank you all very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, this is an information item, so we won't take public comments on it. And so I believe we can move on to the rest of the agenda. So item C1, professional services contract, Inspire Ed Consulting LLC. Consideration of request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Inspire Ed Consulting LLC in the amount of $64,000 to provide professional development for the Diocese of Baton Rouge Summer Leadership Summit, funding source Title II, non-public. Superintendent Smith, is you or someone from your staff explain what this item is, please?
Sure, Dr. Bethard can pull forward, but generally these are Tyler dollars that are allocated to our non-public schools. The only input that we have generally is sort of a consulting with some of the vendors that they work with. So it's funding that they're entitled to.
I don't know if it's on. Yes. So our non-public schools receive federal funding, Title I, Title II. So they have the option to select their vendor, but the funding flows through us. We process the paperwork.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bethley. Is there a motion, please? Mr. Blue, second by Mr. Lewis. All right. Any comment from the board? All right. Any comments from members of the public? Seeing none, we'll return to the board. Any comments from the board? All right. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item C2, litigation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, EBR, PSB, in the matter of Andrea King versus East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Lamel Franklin, suite number 721850, section 21, 19th Judicial District Court, Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana. Is there a motion? Moved by Mr. Ballou, second by Ms. Chatelain. Thank you very much. Mr. Shamlin, just say generally, would you just tell them this is a settlement of a lawsuit?
Yes, sir. This is a settlement of a lawsuit. It is an auto accident. I can't share too much information, but the recommendation of counsel is to settle.
Thank you very much. Any comments? We've got a motion. Any comments from members of the board? Any comments from members of the public? Oh, yes. All right. Dr. Finney, please.
Thank you. It's too late for this meeting, but in your newfound quest for transparency, I would suggest that if the general counsel for future litigation items could give a snapshot of what the issues are without revealing anything about strategy, it would be helpful to the public to know what are the sorts of issues that bring the district into litigation, bus crashes or slips and falls or whatever. Even if it's just a matter of taking the first page of the petition and transcribing it into board docs, I think that would be a helpful future exercise. Thank you.
Any other public comments? I am looking at the internet and there are no internet-based comments on this item. So we will return to members of the board. Any members of the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Moving on to item C3, litigation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, EBR, PSB, in the matter of Cheryl Cloud versus East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, DBA, East Baton Rouge Parish School System, et al., suit number 721624, section 27, 19th JDC, EBR Parish. Is there a motion? Ms. Stewart, and second by Mr. Lewis. Is there any, this is another lawsuit settlement, Mr. Shamlin?
Yes, sir.
Is there any questions or comments from members of the board? All right, seeing none, members of the public. All right, then back to members of the board. All right, seeing no comments, Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. I believe that concludes the first meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Lewis, Mr. Goday is not a member of this committee, so that leaves the official adjournment motion to you. Nobody leave, though, because we got more committees coming after this.
Well, I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes.
Do we want to take a break instead of rolling on?
Okay, we just roll it on.
Let's just roll on.
Roll it on.
All right, so we'll adjourn that.
And move on to Mr. Russ.
And I will turn the gavel over to my colleague, Mr. Nathan Rust, for the Operations Committee.
We're going to actually move it,
I'm actually bringing you the gavel.
I'll take it.
Board members, please swap to the Operations Committee in Board Docs. Let me just keep stacking them up here for you.
That was for this last one.
I know, I'm saying that's for your late ones, I'm just gonna go and pile right here.
I'll call to order the March 7th, 2024 Operations Committee meeting for the very first time. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Madam Secretary,
You call the roll.
I think Mr. Lannis is on this committee, not Ms. Stewart. Is that what you were going to say? I'm sorry.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Need to also change it in board docs, I'm sorry. Point of personal privilege. You need to change it also in board docs. It says on the public content for Budget and Finance Committee, it still has the last committee listed.
Gotta swap to the next meeting.
I did, it says right here, Budget and Finance Committee.
Right, we just finished Budget and Finance, we're on Operations now.
Keep up with
Just real quick, is everybody able to log in to the Operations Committee? Because I haven't been able to yet.
I got in.
Got in? Okay.
Refresh.
Nathan's
Nathan's Chair of Operations.
She just opened it up.
We're going to get this figured out, guys. Give us a little bit of grace.
Operations Committee.
Okay.
There's only one error on my part tonight, then I feel like that's an accomplishment here.
This is
Madam Secretary.
It's our first time doing this. We appreciate your patience.
There you go.
All right, I'm in. Point of order. We are
Well, wait, let me do District 2, Mr. Lannis.
I'm here sometimes.
Now we have a quorum.
We have a quorum. Thank you. Okay, first up, item B1, we have a presentation from Transportation. Asked Mr. Smith and his team to put together a fact-based, just delivery of information about where we are in our transportation system right now. Not necessarily looking for any particular recommendations, but just to give the committee a snapshot of what the challenges and successes where we're at right now. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Mr. Smith, first is not always good, but I'm glad to be first tonight. We're hopeful that this presentation will elicit some more input from everyone, and as we move forward, this may become a template we can use over and over again to report on this type of data. So with any further ado, we'll begin the presentation. First slide is related to our bus operators. As you can see, the number of bus operators running routes is tagged as of a certain date. This is a snapshot of that certain date. And because this number varies day to day because drivers on sick leave and so forth, but the number is 379. The budgeted number that you'll find in our operating budget is for 474 bus operators. The number of operators on leave and the types of leave as of that date certain, February 7th, is depicted there on the screen. Family medical leave, extended sick leave, workman's comp, and leave without pay. So you can see those numbers. Close to Mr. Goday's heart is the next item about operator time, driving time. And as Mr. Goday will tell us all, this is an average, and we're working to detail more detail and dive into specifics as we will do in the future. This is a 5-day average of every bus operator who drove those days. The morning tier of routes, the AM route tiers, averaged a driving time of 2 hours and 47 minutes. The PM afternoon drive time routes average was 3 hours and 20 minutes. So that gives you an idea of what time on that particular snapshot of that 5-day period the operators were behind the wheel. Next slide, please. This slide details about equipment, the bus fleet data. The total number of buses that the school district has in the fleet is 780 vehicles. Then the next is the breakdown by type of fuel used to propel each bus. As you can see, we have 582 diesel buses, 161 propane buses, 18 gasoline-driven buses, and 19 electric, which has been in the most recent grant that we were awarded. I might note, as I mentioned to Mr. Rust earlier before the meeting, diesel buses are a little different than old diesels. We always have a picture of a diesel engine being very steadfast, long-lasting. The lifetime of the new diesel engines is not as old, but not as long as the older ones because of modifications that have to be made to the diesels because of the Clean Air Act and federal regulations. We don't get quite as many years out of the diesel. The buses that are running routes as of March 1st were 474. Those being repaired at outside vendors for different reasons because of the complexity of the repairs, for transmission work, air conditioning work, drivetrain repairs. We have to outsource some of those repairs. That number as of March 1st was 60. Buses being repaired by the EBR mechanic shop as of March 1st were 120 vehicles. Next slide, please. Here's a breakdown of the cost and the numbers of the total fleet operation. Regular ed and exceptional student services data. There's a data point about routes not being run. Some of this information was up on the data dashboard for a while early in the year. That data became outdated. The superintendent wanted accurate data depicted to the public. We pulled that dashboard down till further time where we can ensure the confidence in that data. A route that's not run is very rare, that a route is just completely not run. What does happen is we have late routes. You see those question marks. We cannot at this time tell you the number of late routes, but we're going to work on obtaining that data and being able to present it. Again, this template may be used and modified for further reports. The total number of average routes run per day is a little over 800 routes in an average day. Total number of riders in the district, all classifications of bus riders, 28,861, which gives you an idea of how much we move in the district. The cost of the routes for regular education students is $25,343,971. Number of buses that are running ESS routes is 74. The cost of running those routes for exceptional students is $5,851,386. The total cost of operation of this transportation behemoth that we have is $31,195,357. Quite a bit of an investment from the district.
Thank you. I have Mr. Goday in the queue.
Yeah, just a quick education for myself and for the public. What is the definition of a route? Because I know we've talked about tier 1
Yes.
routes, tier 2s, and things like that. in the transportation department, when you say a route, what are you defining in a route?
I have not seen a written definition. From my years of experience, I would say it's the mapped out circuit that the bus has to run to pick up students that were routed by the software.
Yeah, I didn't mean it in that context. I meant it in the context of what was on the slide where you said you had so many routes run.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Does a route include, okay, a bus driver starts at 6 and runs a high school and then runs an elementary school and then finishes? Is that a route, or is the high school portion a route and the elementary portion a route? How do you define what is a route?
The route is the circuit determined by the student roster assigned to that driver to pick up in that tier.
So in that tier, so if a bus driver is driving high school, that's one route. And then immediately goes to do an elementary school, that's a second route.
That's correct.
And in the afternoon, so a bus driver could be running 4, 5, 6 routes because.
That's correct, because of the different tiering and the start times of the schools.
Yeah, I understand. I just wanted to get the definition of what is a route.
Yeah. To get it out there for everybody, to get that
Well,
concept.
get it for me, because I was confused too.
Yeah.
Thank
Does
you.
that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blue.
I can wait until after the presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Mr. Lannis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. McCann. Definitely appreciate this presentation. I'm just only hopping in here, and please, before I say what I'm about to say, let me preface by saying, I say this in the most respectful manner possible. Anything dealing with transportation, understanding what we went through last year, I would love to see a complete report. And what I mean by that is, I know we see late routes and it has question marks. I think myself, as well as the board, as well as our community, needs to know how many of those routes are late, because these are some of the complaints that we heard an abundance of last year dealing with our transportation-based issue. Kids not being picked up on corners, they're not being picked up on time. We just need to get a concise understanding of where these problems exist and know how we're going to do some cross-correction on them. So again, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful or anything, but just want a clear and concise report.
Sure. And that we all endeavor, as I mentioned in opening remarks about that question mark, we endeavor to answer that question mark, and that would be one of our targets.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for your comment.
No problem.
Back to you, Mr. McCann.
Here's a breakdown. We think of the transportation system, we often don't think of different populations we serve. We all, by statute, if I'm correct, Mr. Shamlin, we are required to transport parochial school students. We don't get reimbursed for those costs. We also transport some charter school students. The number of parochial students we transport is 2,749. The number of charter school students is 1,144. The cost broken out by parochial and charter. Parochial school students cost us $2,556,156. You can read the number on the charter breakdown. It's a little over $1 million. The average cost per student, and I needed to go back and make this change, make a notation there. This is a cost per student of all students that we transport daily is $929.85. That's what it costs us per student, whether they're charter, EBR students, or parochial school students. Next slide, please. Yes.
Back up a slide.
Hey,
Could you?
back up one for Mr. Godet, please.
Thank you. So just for everyone's information, we get reimbursed from the charter schools for how is that number calculated on what we get reimbursed?
There's a slide that addresses that later on. I don't know, maybe Mr. Shamlin can inform about how that's calculated.
I think Ms. Lopez actually is the person who handles
Yeah.
reimbursement for that, and she probably can speak to the calculation specifically.
Okay. But I'd just like to know how does that compare to our current number? While she's coming up, the other thing I'd like the board to be aware of is the $2.5 million for parochial, and it's really parochial and private, because it's not just parochial, students is mandated by state law. That's not funded by the state legislature. And I think one of the things that I've brought it to the attention of several state legislators and trying to get some look at that is that cost, that $2.5 million, comes totally from the pockets of the traditional students, because the revenues that are sent to the charter schools are divvied up prior to that cost. So if you have, I'm going to just use round numbers, if you have 20% of the students in our district being charter school students, that means $500,000 of that is being put on the traditional students, because the charter students pay zero for parochial school and private school transportation. All of the costs of parochial and private school transportation is borne solely by the traditional students. And I don't think that's fair. It's a state law, because the LDOE has state law and how they divvy it up. And I have talked to several legislators in trying to do that, because I'm not anti-charter. It's a district cost and they're part of the district. And just because they're, charter doesn't mean that they shouldn't have to bear part of the cost providing transportation, which we're bound to by state law. So I just wanted to bring that up. That's something that, to me, that's a $500,000 gift that is going out that is not fair. So that's just my own personal opinion. Others can have different ways. I'm not arguing that we shouldn't provide transportation to the private and parochial students. That's a state legislature issue. But the way the cost of that are divvied up is not fair, in my opinion. Thank you.
And you will see a slide detailing which schools we provide transportation for. Ms. Lopez, you want to address the formula about how charters?
It's actually pretty simple. So we take an average cost of the driver and the bus and the fuel and the materials and supplies it takes to run a bus. You come up with an average cost of how much a bus costs. And so for a typical regular ed bus, it's between $75,000 and $80,000, and you multiply that by the number of students that they have, and it comes out with a per pupil cost. We have very few of our charter schools that use our service anymore. The vast majority of them either use First Student or I believe IDEA actually has their own fleet. So it's the CSALs and Madison that are the largest group that use our buses now.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Next slide, please. As we speak, here's the slide on the schools that we do service and the number of students in those schools. And you can see it, as Ms. Lopez indicated, CSAL Elementary Madison Prep, we are reimbursed on those numbers. Next slide, please. I asked Ms. Lopez last week if she could do a breakout on us on what the summer programs cost was last summer. This includes remediation and summer enrichment programs last summer, with salaries and benefits cost us a little over $1 million. The gas used totaled fuel was $55,602. The question has come up about in past meetings and some of the dealings you've had about buying software, routing software. We're currently using Bus Planner. This is the preference of the routing specialists and their recommendations that we continue with this software into the next year. We will reevaluate that when the contract has to be renewed, and we'll give you updates on that in the future.
Thank you,
Last slide is about questions. If anyone has any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Ballou. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. I know at our recent retreat, someone mentioned that they were working on a cost analysis of leasing versus purchasing buses. Do you know when that would be available, or when we'll have some idea on that?
Those things are under consideration. We're not at that point yet. We have to really concentrate and detail what our plan moving forward is to address some of these issues we have in transportation. We'll make recommendations to the superintendent, and the superintendent will then detail that to the board as to what our next moves are.
All right. Thank you.
Stewart?
Yeah, can you tell me if we're still missing bus stops and our buses still not picking up students? And the reason why I'm asking that is because I've gotten calls this week about students not being picked up on routes.
It is an ongoing problem. It varies day to day. We have, unfortunately, we have operators sometimes that call in sick that morning, and it is very hard for the routing specialists to mix and match those vehicles to run those routes. And as we said on the earlier slide, it's not very often that we miss a route completely, but in trying to piece it together that morning, sometimes we have lateness, and we're trying to address those problems.
And that's what I wanted to ask. How are we addressing when things like that happen? Are we navigating through that, or what's the plan to navigate so that, that doesn't happen?
As a result of one of our advisory meetings this past week with the teachers, I had transportation resend a link out with the assignments of the bus supervisors and the buses they're responsible for. And I encourage the teachers and the principals, if they don't get a response and the system didn't work for them, to email me and let me know. And we'll piece it together so they get accurate information.
Thank you.
Ms. Chatelain?
You mentioned that you calculated a $929 cost per student. What is the standard? Do you know? Like, have you looked into what the average cost per student that other districts are paying?
Not recently. We've had some other information given to us. Mr. Martin sent Mr. Smith and I a link to some other districts around the country. Unfortunately, this is not just a local issue. It's a national issue about shortages. Shortages of bus operators, cost of fuel going up. And but to answer your question directly, no, I don't have comparisons, but we certainly will. That will factor into some of our decisions about recommendations.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's high, average, standard. My other question, so you have 379 bus operators. When is the last time you did like a payroll audit on who is actually driving and operating your buses?
We are working with Human Resources to do an audit about leave procedures and the number of people on leave and how that is effectuated and what the process is. But I don't have a number, but that's part of our study, that we're trying to make sure that leave policies are being adhered to and strictly enforced.
So how are they currently reporting an absence?
One of the difficulties, as I said at a meeting the other day, is the supervisors sometimes don't find out that an operator is not running that route that morning until they get a phone call from somebody that the child has not been picked up. There needs to be a process where, if we can design a process where we know whether somebody's going to run that route and not wait until we get a phone call from someone said the kid's standing outside and the bus didn't come. But that's sometimes our first notice at that time of the morning. And then it is really a puzzle piece to try to put that together to get someone to go run that route.
So the current process is a self-reported absence. There is no process.
It's self-reported or not reported, unfortunately.
Right.
And we need to plug that gap.
Yes.
That needs to be fixed.
Right. Okay. Yeah, is that something that you're like, what's the timeline? Is that being actively worked? It sounds like a big issue.
We are working on efficiencies within the system and the personnel we have right now.
Right.
We're trying to do it from a human capital standpoint, better motivation, better work ethic, better communication.
Yeah.
Systemically, we'll take some structural changes and new processes to permanently address that problem. But we're trying to do it right now from what we have to work with within our staff and trying to motivate people and get better performance out of what we have with the system we have and the resources we currently have.
Right, yeah. It's another one that feels like if you could put somebody solely on this, you'd probably have a lot of cost savings, right?
Yes. But that is aspirational, but right now we're doing it within what we have to work with.
Sure.
And trying to get better performance out of the system and the people we have right now.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
Mr. Lewis.
Yeah. Coach, and the answer may be a guess on your part, but cost of transportation for the summer programs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, last year there were all kind of things flying around about why buses weren't on the road. We didn't do preventative maintenance or anything like that on them. But do you foresee, I mean, we know summer enrichment, all that is extremely important for our kids, but do you foresee the same problem this summer with the number of buses that need repair and the number of buses that will be needed for summer remediation and summer programs? Are we going to be able to avoid that landmine this summer, hopefully?
Part of the directive from the superintendent and in tune with the budget work we're doing, there may be some reductions in some of the programs, not things like feeding programs and remediation for academics, but we have to look at what we offered last year and within the budget constraints and moving forward, what we will be able to offer this summer. So I think as we do the analysis and be efficient with that, we'll take care of some of those problems you're talking about that we had last year.
Thank you.
Mr. Lannis.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. McKent, something that came to mind afterwards, and I'll be really quick with this. I'll say last month, Coach brought up a very important point. I thought it was funny then, Coach, but the more you talked about it, it wasn't funny. And then 2 weeks, I see these accidents that are continuously happening around the community where cars are literally being flipped over. Mm-hmm. Coach, you offered up that we put governors on the buses so that we have some kind of speed limitation so that buses cannot speed down our roadways or on interstates and things like that. Mm-hmm. And I know for sure, maybe you can't answer that question tonight, but I would like to see possibly next month to see is it possible for us to get our buses retrofitted with governors to ensure that we can put speed limitations, not only for the sake of the people who are on the bus, but also for the people who are driving on the roadways as well. My only other two things I was going to say was going to be the facilities. I went by the transportation facility. I honestly think it needs a massive upgrade. This is, again, some of the things the employees talked about, and they continue to reach out to board members and say, please just come by and see the facilities where we are. I think a lot of that goes into employee morale. Mm-hmm. You know, if you feel good going into a place, you want to be there. If you feel like that place is, I won't call it a dump, but what I would say is that you feel like the place is less than what you feel like you deserve as an employee, you're going to carry that level of attitude. So again, if there's some way we can talk to facilities about possibly seeing what we can make, what changes we can make there, not trying to say we spend a whole lot of money, but again, from my own perspective of going there, it's not the sort of place that will build up employee morale.
Well, from personal experience, I had an office in that building not too long ago for a period of time. So I'm very well familiar with what you're talking about. On the plus side, our physical plant services department is much more responsive to requests for aid and for maintenance work that needs to be done. We're monitoring it much closely. People over at the transportation office know they can always let me know if something has not been followed up on. We want safety and security for those folks in that office. And it, as you said, it is an old building. but we're monitoring it very closely. Moving forward, it may be something we want to include in the budget discussions to see if we can appropriate a little bit of money, which is reasonable, to help make that a more pleasant work experience. To your first question about governors, Coach and I are about the same age group. So back in our day, when we rode on the back of the school bus going to the football game, there were governors on buses. I can remember well riding in the back of the bus after a game and being worn out and tired and hearing that bus straining to get over a certain number of miles an hour, and they couldn't do it because the bus driver wanted to get home too. But I found out after Coach's comment, and I asked some questions, and I was told by Mr. Charles, our head mechanic, they don't automatically put governors on buses anymore, all buses. He said it has been requested at different times in the district's history by different directors who are on board. So we need to look at that and see if that's something we want to move forward with in the future. Retrofitting is like anything else, like we try to do with air conditioners and other things, is very expensive, but we can ask that question.
All right, I put myself in the queue. Thank you for your report and a snapshot of where we are with transportation in our district. I asked for this because my concern as a board member is that we are not acting with enough expediency to solve the very fundamental problems we have and have been shown with transportation in our district. We all saw, and the community was there for, the breakdowns that occurred, almost, a straw that broke the camel's back, if you will, when school started this school year. And I do applaud the efforts that were made to fill the gaps, to hire more drivers, to solve the issues. A lot of hard work was put to resolve the intense part of that crisis. But my fear is that we have not solved the underlying issues yet. And so I wanted to bring this back to the board, one, to see where we're at. We have a new administration in place. Some of you have taken over, overseeing some of these issues now. Two, I think that we have to work with a lot of purpose and intent as a board, as a school system, as a community to resolve this. There are really fundamental things, I think, that have to change about how we're doing transportation. And so my request, and I've made this known, is to President Powell Lewis that we issue a task force around transportation. My hope is that we will identify both short and very long-term solutions, both practically and in policies, fiscally, practically, every way that we can think of about all the different aspects that so many of our board members have brought up, from how we're handling our equipment, from what we're doing for our staff to attract and retain drivers, how we're paying them, how we're routing these buses. There's so many. This is a very complex operation. It could be an agency on its own. It practically is. It's almost the size of cats. And if we don't treat it as such, then we will continue to get the same results. So I will work and meet with our board leadership, and hopefully we can come up with a way to address this, to bring more resources to bear to your department and to Mr. Smith, to bring in people in the community to help inform how we tackle this issue. Thank you. Mr. Gode?
Yes, thank you. And I echo many of what you say. And also, it comes back to sort of the same thing with the software project. All of these people have their regular jobs to do, and then this is on top of this. So it may be something we need to go outside to get some help on this to solve. I just want to make one quick point to my brethren here around the governors. That's old school. That's really old school. We have, I would strongly suggest that we don't do something like governors, because that also limits the ability for acceleration in emergencies and things like that. But we do have GPSs on these buses. I strongly, if we have a task force, I would be pushing strongly to get cameras on all of these buses, both external and internal cameras, because the cost per bus, we could pay for it with some of the litigation expenses that we could avoid if we had that. And those cameras would give us access to know who's driving too fast. The GPS data can be set to automatically flag if someone's doing it and, do those sorts of things. So it's got electronic footprint that you can't argue with it, or anything like that. So all I'm saying is let's be open-minded as we go through all this. There's lots of different ways to skin that cat. And I don't think governors is the best way to do it. But I know my mechanic over here is going to probably speak and tell me I'm wrong. But I just, as we go through, let's be 21st century. Thanks.
As a point of clarity, Mike, I made that comment out of pure frustration.
I understand.
Pure frustration. And I know governors is real old school, but like Coach said, he and I and you are very old school.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any other board comment? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. McCann. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for putting this together for you. Thank you to my colleagues for all your comments. This is the kind of discussions that I think we need to be having in these committees to tackle the issues at hand in our school district.
Just in closing, you remember at the retreat, we said something about thinking differently moving forward. We are taking you at your directive and thinking outside the box about solutions other than just let's hire some more people or let's buy some more buses. It's not that simple. There are a lot of forces at work. And Mr. Smith and I had that conversation today, and we're getting ready to make recommendations, because if we don't move now, we won't be ready when school starts. So we got to move pretty quickly on this. Thank you all for your attention.
And before we close on it, if I can add, I've had conversations with a number of bus drivers, and they're looking for solutions as well, because they are some of our most dedicated employees in the system, and so they're looking for us for guidance to solve this issue or this challenge or opportunity with transportation.
Glad to hear that. Thank you. All right, we will close item B1 and move on to items for consideration. Item C1, naming of the Broadmoor High School football stadium, the Rusty Price Stadium. Consideration of a request to name the Broadmoor High School football stadium the Rusty Price Field. Strategic alignment, employee development. Can I get a motion? Who's that? Mark? Mr. Blue?
Give it to him. He's a graduate.
All right, Mr. Blue, in a second. Mr. Lannis, board comment. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, I'll be really quick. I can remember playing football, and Coach Rusty Price was still coaching then. And I think at that time, he had been there, I think, for 20-plus years, 30-plus years. He reminded me of Coach Adger. They came through the system together. When you talk to players that play for Coach Price, they tell you he was strict, he was tough, but he prepared you for life. A lot of my friends said that. I can remember games we played against him, and they won. He was not somebody who celebrated like that, and he played by the book. And I think this is something that's been a long time coming for someone who has dedicated that much time to our kids and has changed so many lives. And I think that we need to dedicate more things like this to people who have dedicated so much time to the lives of the people and our students who now come back and can say that they did some tremendous things. So I just say hats off to Coach Rusty Price. Continue to do great things. You have left a legacy across this community that is unmatched. Thank you.
Mr. Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I can't say it any better than Mr. Lannis. This was spearheaded by a group of former players and coaches that wanted to honor Coach Price. And I know from talking to some of them, I didn't realize he doesn't even know this is being considered, that they had planned on surprising him at some point. So I don't know if the group that's here tonight know when they plan on surprising him, if it was at the board meeting or if there's some event in the future, but maybe you could just communicate that to me or somebody on the board as to what the plans are, so we don't mess anything up. But I do think it's well deserved, and I appreciate all the work behind the scenes and making this happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballou. I put myself in the queue. You kind of asked one of my questions. I was going to ask, is the gentleman here? I think it would be great if he could be recognized formally once we, adopt this. Soon we will at the regular board meeting. I do see we have some representatives here, and I applaud your efforts to recognize educators and people dedicated to our kids in our community. Thank you. Would anyone like to speak in public comment? If you would, love you to come up and talk to us when we get to that point.
Yes, sir. We can bring some clarity about what Mr. Price knows.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
Good evening, Chairman Ross. And Rust, I'm sorry. And we are looking at what we are doing as far as Broadmoor is concerned. This was new to me, to my first role as Director of PE and Athletics. And this came to me from Principal Wells, who has done a wonderful job in making sure and orchestrating that this has been done. So they have met as a board at the school, along with alumni, faculty, staff, as well as community members who are really interested in this happening. And he has played a significant role in making sure that this is done. We have not told Mr. Price anything yet concerning this because we wanted it to be a surprise and a for sure go, so we can have him at the board meeting at the end of the month.
Excellent, thank you. Seeing no other names in the queue, we'll now move to public comment. Come on up, please introduce yourself with your name, please.
My name is Jeff Ross. I'm a resident here. I went to Broadmoor from 89 to 92. I'm happy to say I'm part of probably some of the best seasons Broadmoor ever had. We defeated Curtis twice. I don't know if y'all know who John Curtis is. It was quite a feat. I'm here with my buddies, my family. Brad Smothers, he told me about this yesterday, and I said I'm going to be here. And he wanted me to come up and say some things. The principal is here, current coach is here, his assistant. So we want to just represent. I'm just going to speak on behalf of us. One of the things about Coach Price is he was tough. He was tough, and he instilled in you a work ethic that I think is unmatched in anything. It's helped me through my life. I'm 51 years old, and the way he taught us and brought us all together. All these guys are my friends. They're my family. That's how we all feel. I mean, Coach Price was always big on, leadership and being there, being a part, being a team player, dedication, honesty. I mean, you name it. That man just, that's what he was about. And to this day, I'll go to battle with him. So. I tell you, the years he spent at Broadmoor, most coaches, a lot of coaches will go and they'll go from school to school to school, and throughout their career. To my knowledge, Coach Price was at Broadmoor from 74, 75 and that's the only place he's ever coached. So I can't imagine a better person deserving of being a field being named after him than Coach Price. So I just wanted to speak and just say a few things on behalf of my buddies here, my family, and thank you guys for considering this.
Thank you. Miss Shalonda Simino.
Good evening to the board. I'm here, of course, representing Coach Price and wanted to speak to him I've been principaling all day, so for acting principal to come up and wait this long, it has to be for a special reason. So I've been blessed to serve in 2 schools with District 1 with Mr. Ballou, one of those being Broadmoor High School, where I was there for 13 years. And Rusty Price was the head football coach and athletic director, critical to my leadership, mentor, friend, advisor. He has impacted so many lives in this community, and I'm not a native of Baton Rouge. I thought he was just my head coach and my athletic director. I didn't know he was famous around Baton Rouge, but I wanted to just put forward for the public just why this is so important to so many. And I think I'm designated just because they think I might get in trouble the least, because it's not a surprise anymore, I'm pretty sure. Fellow coworker, mentor, and friend, of course, for my 13 years at Broadmoor. His name is legendary in Louisiana sports, Baton Rouge athletics, and synonymous with Broadmoor High School football. You can go anywhere, LHSAA, throughout the state. If you say Broadmoor football, they say Leslie Price or Rusty. We can't say Leslie, I'll really be in trouble. Okay. So head coach and AD over 5 decades, 7 principals at Broadmoor High School. Rusty Price has worked under, and yours truly, 2 of those principals, of course, in the building today. You can walk, this is just a little tidbit for real Baton Rouge folks. You want to walk in the Warehouse restaurant on Choctaw, you can ask for the Rusty Price special. And you might get a Rusty Price sighting in the Warehouse if it's about 6 a.m. Served in the U.S. Marines, as the letter states. We are from Broadmoor, and we are proud, is what we say at Broadmoor. And I represent here former faculty, staff, administration, just to express to you, the board, to thank you for this consideration, because this is a very big deal to all of those associated with Broadmoor, and to see Rusty Price Field would be most deserving of Rusty Price. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Wells.
Good evening, everyone. Board President Carla Powell, Vice President Mr. Martin. I'm going to introduce myself this time. The last time I forgot. So I am Robert Wells. I'm the principal of Broadmoor Senior High School, and this is my 3rd year. I met Coach Price some years ago as an assistant principal at Tara, and we didn't have a stadium. So I had to always go around in circles with Coach Price about letting us get over there to use the stadium. And he was always diligent in trying to support student athletes, whether they attended Broadmoor Senior High School or another school. And I always viewed Coach Price as a coach. But as I had to sit down and put the letter together, you know, just talking about some of his accomplishment, I didn't realize that he served in the military, Purple Heart, the Navy Commendation Medal. So I think that this is a very worthy feat that we are taking on. Actually, this conversation started over a year ago between myself and my athletic director and a few other people on the campus, and this year it just kind of got outside of the campus. But last year we fought off 13 vacancies to finish the school year and still improve our SPS by 2 points, 7 points over the last 2 years. So just thought I'd put all of that out there. So, you know, I was born and raised in a Baptist church, and we used to have an organist and used to sing a song talking about giving people their flowers while they're living. So I think it's very, very, very important that we go ahead and complete this task and honor Coach Price in the manner that he deserves. I mean, he did this over 40 years. I mean, that's almost a half a century to be dealing with kids that are not your own, and especially some of the kids toward the latter part of his career. So I think this is going to go a long way. Not just it's going to serve the Broadmoor Senior High community very well, and also, you know, the surrounding areas, because he's known in coaching circles throughout the state of Louisiana, and I'm probably.
Okay, you got 1 minute.
Point of order. So he's probably known in coaching circles outside of the state of Louisiana. So I think we need to just go ahead and honor him accordingly, because this is going a long way. It's going to solidify the Broadmoor Senior High community, our alumni bases. You know, they're coming together. The class of 1980 donated $6,000 my first year there, and they continue to support us. So I think this is this effort here will further galvanize our alumni and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Terrell Thomas.
Good evening, board. How are you doing? Interim Smith and Ms. Lewis and Mr. Martin. I'm the current athletic director at Broadmoor High, also a alum of Broadmoor, class of 2000. Just real quick, I just want to say Coach Price had a huge impact on not only, you know, my former athletes and former alum, but myself, because when I came back to Broadmoor, 5 years ago, Mr. Bradford was the principal, and the one thing he asked, why do you want to work at Broadmoor? Why come back? And I only had one reason, it's because Broadmoor made me who the man I am today. And I didn't have a dad, you know, growing up, but Coach Price played a huge father figure in my life. Sometimes, you know, I think I'm one of the first athletes that got kicked out the weight room. You know, I always tell the kids at the school, like, my weights are on vacation right now, but that's why. But this is long overdue for Coach Price. He's impacted so many people. And when I got back, the first thing Coach Price did with me was take me to the warehouse. And we sat down and he said, you know, T, I don't have long left. And he said, you know, I'd rather leave Broadmoor in the hands of somebody that knows Broadmoor and knows the tradition of Broadmoor. And I credit so much to Coach Price for me being athletic director now. And I can only hope to, you know, fulfill his role and fill his shoes and, you know, hopefully serve 40 years, 40 plus years like he's did. So, you know, I just want to say thank you to you guys for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, move to board comment. Ms. Chatelaine.
Super quick, as someone who had a coach in high school that changed my life, those are really beautiful words. So I hope that you're able to share those with him, either through the recording or in person. 2, former athlete, once an athlete, always an athlete. Don't forget that. 3, if this is a surprise, can somebody please tell Mr. Charles to hold his pen and not write an article on this yet? So you guys let us know if it's a true surprise. Okay. That's it. Thank y'all for sharing. That was really beautiful.
Mr. Gode.
Yes, I just, real quick, many of you know my wife is a Broadmoor Buck, and she knew Mr. Price, and Mr. Price's family, but not as an athlete, as a fellow student. So we won't go into how old she is or anything like that. But she knew the Price and the Price family as fellow students at Broadmoor. And I was just texting her, and she goes, wow, that's great. He's a great man and a great family. So it's more than just athletes that respect Mr. Price, and I just wanted everyone to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gode. See no further board comment. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Rust, Chairman Rust, I have to jump in for a second. Per policy, we're at the 1 hour mark on the second committee meeting. And per policy, if you think you need an additional 20 minutes, we have 30 minutes left. You can take a vote now if it's your choice to do that. And it will be require the unanimous consent of the committee members to extend by an additional 20 minutes past the next 30 minutes.
Madam President, I think we should take that vote. Okay. We need a motion.
I move we extend the meeting.
Board comment. Seeing none, public comment. Mr. Finney.
Thank you, James Finney. You should absolutely extend the meeting, and then you should rewrite the policy so you don't have to go through this ridiculous exercise every time there's a lengthy comment. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll move back to board comment. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the vote when you're prepared.
Please vote. The motion carries.
All right, thank you. We've got some more items, so we're going to get rocking and rolling here. Item C2, elementary school in the southern part of the EBR School District Tax Plan Project. Consideration of a request to authorize a superintendent and staff to A, approve the selection committee's recommendation for Lincoln Builders, Inc. to provide construction management at risk, CMAR, services for the new elementary school in the southern part of the East Baton Rouge Parish School District. B, upon completion of pre-construction services by the selected construction manager at risk, to further authorize the program manager to negotiate a final guaranteed maximum price, GMP, with the construction manager at risk within the project's budget. And C, award the contract to the selected CMAR for completion at the negotiated GMP, or should an acceptable GMP not be reached, bid the project in accordance with Louisiana Public Bid Law, LA Revised Statute, Title 38, Chapter 10, Strategic Alignment, Exemplary Customer Service, Funding Source, Tax Plan. Now move to board comment.
I will move, but I'd like to make, my motion will have an additional. I would like, as a part of this, when it comes up at the regular meeting, to have a detailed description of the design parameters, including the number of students to be included in this school and the grade configuration. And also, since I understand what's being proposed now is an elementary school only, I'd also like to have, as part of the staff presentation, a description of what would be the middle school feeder policy that this school would be under. Because I'm afraid that we're building an elementary school island without the middle school component. And we've talked about this school possibly being a K-8. And so to me, the board has never made a decision that this school would only be an elementary school. And so I don't mind it being only elementary school, but I don't want to build an elementary island where we have nowhere to go with the middle schools as it comes to that.
Mr. Goudet, can you restate that for us one more time?
No.
Just the additional.
Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Smith, did we have some presentation associated with this that may answer some of that?
Okay.
Would that be, do we need a motion first?
No, I can withhold my motion for now and do the presentation first.
The
Happy to do that.
presentation can precede the motion.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Eric Johnson. I'm one of the directors of data for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Good evening, President Powell, Vice President Martin, and board members. I'm just, you should have all been given one of these in your board backup, and this is kind of what I'll be speaking to tonight.
I don't have that.
For the few minutes I'm.
We don't have that.
Sorry. Okay.
Will we have it on the screen?
They have it?
Okay, let's see if we can get it on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm sure you can't see it. I'm sorry, I thought this was going to be handed to everybody before you came in. This is a document that's been updated since it was brought to the board. I think it was last January when we approved the elementary school in the south. So that's it, kind of what I'll be updating tonight. And I'm here tonight to give a little background and tell you how we got where we are today. So this is a copy of the Phase 4 of the tax plan, which was passed by the voters in the East Baton Rouge Parish in 2019. And on page 23, the plan outlines a schedule of construction of new schools, including a new elementary school in the southern part of the East Baton Rouge Parish School District. Why do we need a school in the southern part of the school district? In 2019, there was a study that was done by Mike Hefner, a demographer, which showed the greatest growth are from the central part of the parish southward. In 2022, December, there was an article in The Advocate which reported that also highlighted the movement south as the area in southeast Baton Rouge, which grew by nearly 10% in the last decade. So the location of the new elementary school is going to be on Perkins Road, east of Segan, on the north side, between the Meadow Park subdivisions and Orleans Place, which is going to fall in District 9. There are a few graphics. Dana, can you go to page 4? Next one. Yeah, that one. And I'll make sure that each of you get emailed a copy of this to further peruse, but
It's going to be on board docs in just a second.
okay, all right. So on the top chart shows the number of schools in each region, the average age of buildings in years for each of those regions, the average functional capacity of the buildings in each of those regions. And then the last graphic on the right side shows the number of new, renovated, or scheduled buildings. The green represents new. The yellow represents significantly renovated, and the purple or pink is scheduled for tax plan phase 4. On the bottom of this page is another chart that shows schools near the build site that we're going to be putting this school and the functional capacities of each. And as you can see, Jefferson Terrace is at 86%, and I actually put a star next to that one because the capacity can be deceiving at that school, as the middle school grades are not as full as the elementary grades, and we've already had to overflow students out of that school in one grade and are on the cusp of possibly having to overflow students out of another grade. So the 86% is for the whole school, but in the elementary grades, it's a little bit higher. All right, if you can go to the next page. So this is a chart that I put together, which is also a region breakdown, and it kind of has a lot of the same information, but it has more information as well, such as the number of gifted and resource sites, magnet, talented, focus choice. Also has a breakdown of students leaving the region and the percent that are attending Type 1 charters, and the total enrollment as of 2/15. So now that we kind of know the scope of the work and the configuration of the school, which Judith will share with you in just a minute, we look forward to working with Mr. Smith and the board on possible scenarios as far as attendance zones go. But as of right now, we don't have any attendance zone set in stone.
Good evening. I'm Judith Anderson with CSRS Tillage. You can go to the next slide. Here you see the site location. As I already mentioned, it is off of Perkins Road, just east of Segan, where we have Breck Meadow Park and Gentilly Park that border it. During the planning of this school, it was decided by the school board and Breck to partner. And so they came together in an effort to purchase this property. Breck's goal is to take and redevelop both Meadows and Gentilly Park and make it one larger park. And the concept was to be a school in the park. At this time, the property it has not been subdivided. So we are going to go through schematic design, looking at the security, access, shared access, just all of the different design components of both Breck and the school board, bring before that to you as the school board and Breck's commission for approvals. And then at that time, we will subdivide the property as well as develop and finalize a CEA. Go to the next one. Some project information. The overall budget for this project was initially $25 million. Due to the inflation factors, we went to the board as well as the oversight committee for a budget increase of $4,500,000. For a total of $29,500,000 for the overall budget. Our construction budget is $24,250,000. The planned grade configuration is pre-kindergarten through 5th grade for approximately 494 students. And we're looking at a facility that will be around 63,000 square feet. This would yield about 3 classrooms per grade level. And here is just the configuration of the capacity model, the number of students per grade. Go to the next one. Okay. There we go. Here we go. Here is the programmatic space summary. The building program was developed based on a traditional model, and so we have your core academics, exceptional student services area, media center, the exploratory programming for art, dance, music, physical education, your typical administrative and guidance spaces, health, food service, the ancillary spaces for maintenance. And then next, as mentioned, there's a future planned school in the area, which is the new secondary school in the southern part of the parish. Here, you will see it's located just off of Segan Lane, right at the interstate. And so that is the projected site. Both of these sites were purchased through the tax plan funds, where it was actually slated for 1 property, but we were able to get two pieces of property through that budget. Any questions?
Mr. Goday, you're in the queue.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that information. That was the kind of information I was looking forward to. But I would still like to see us determine what is going to be our plan for middle school feeder patterns. Because one of the things that happens is, these plans, this plan was put together in probably 2016. And so it's 8 years old now, and populations have changed. I know, I look at my district, and just from 2010 to 2020, my district added over 1,000 citizens under the age of 18, which was by far the biggest in anywhere in the parish. And I guess it'd be your district. District 8 was the next largest, and just about every other district in the parish had negative population growth or population decline in the under 18. So we definitely need this. It definitely needs to be done. Thank you for all the information about the student sizes and stuff like that. I'm just concerned about
The middle school component.
not being, where's the middle school component going to come from? I know we got Kenilworth, but Kenilworth's talked about being a K through 8, and Jefferson Terrace, we made a K through 8. I'm not saying this is wrong to do this at elementary school, but I think we need to do it with an idea in mind of when those kids graduate from 5th grade, where do they go before we start putting bricks in the ground?
Yeah, to really get the most bang for the buck and alleviate these overcrowding problems that we do have at the surrounding schools, it would take a lot of restructuring of several other attendance zones to try to keep them feeding to one middle school.
But I don't have a middle school. I mean, that's the problem.
It would probably be split between, right now, between Jefferson Terrace and Woodlawn Middle, and maybe a little Westdale, depends on where we draw the lines.
I'm not trying to stop this at all, but I'm just saying, we need to get past the point where, I love these tax plans, they need to do it, but the way we're writing the tax plans, I recognize, to be transparent to the public, we need to have some specificity in it. It's not easy for me to say, but we need to do that. But we also need to be cognizant of the fact that things change, and 10 years is a long time. And I really worry about, because I want to get back to neighborhood schools, It solves transportation issues, it solves a lot of these things. And to me, I have a spot, and maybe my fear is unfounded, but I have a spot that I don't know where, if we get these extra students coming in, which I'd love to see us do, I don't know where they go to middle school.
Well, we do also have another project following the elementary project, which is the high school and possibly middle school on the Seagan, the other side of Seagan, on the other side of the interstate. That's of course a few years down the road.
I understand, but everything I've read says, middle school, high school's a much worse combination than elementary school, middle school, from an educational point of view. So I'm not that enthused about having I think we need a high school just as a high school. I'm not that enthused about putting a middle school in the high school, but we need to be thinking about how we make all of this work. There's a lot of moving pieces, and unfortunately some pieces are cast for us that we can't change very easily, and once we put bricks in the ground, you really can't change it. So I understand it, and I'm not trying, look, we need the elementary school. Let's go for it. I'm gonna vote for it. But all I'm trying to say is we need to be thinking now about what do you do with those fifth graders when they go to sixth grade.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mike. Okay, that all being said, we need a motion.
Okay, I move as written.
Thank you. Second? Thank you, Mr. Lewis. All right, board comment. We have Ms. Carla Powell-Lewis in the queue.
I waive. I was asking about the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Judith, just one, kind of help me out just a little bit. The first school, you said it's on corner of Perkins and just east of Seagan. Kind of give me some other landmarks. I think I know what you're talking about.
If you're going down Seagan, down Perkins,
Okay,
just past Seagan,
you
there's
cross
out
over,
at the
you go,
corner, there's that Jack in the Box.
okay,
Then you get to another small storefront, and it is just past. It's a mailbox.
Is it like Arlene's place? Is that the, it's
Right
Arlene's
around,
place?
yes.
I used to live over there. I know
Okay, I was
exactly.
going to say right between.
okay, I was just trying to
Left side.
put a picture in my mind where that was. Now, and you talked about the second high school, the one that's going to be built right there off the interstate. We know that's down the road. But the thing keeps coming back to me. When are we going to have some conversations about McKinley High School? I'm just letting you know. When are we going to start talking about McKinley High School?
We have. Matter of fact, we met at McKinley today.
Did you really?
We
Okay.
did. We did. I met with.
I was out of state, so
today.
I didn't.
But we met this week today. We also met last week.
Last week with Mr. Webb, and actually, I mean, tomorrow with the alumni.
Well, I wish y'all let me know these things, and I wouldn't be asking these questions. But okay, thank you, Judith.
But that secondary school is slated to kick off later in the year in November.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Blue.
Thank you. In these designs, is it going to be in such a way that if the board decided to make it K-8 in sometime in the future, that it could be expanded easily?
In the planning, yes. Whether it's just an addition of additional classroom space, or when we think about the configuration of the classrooms and the spaces now, so that it could be morphed into a 612, yes, not a 612, a K-8, yes, we could look at that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blue. I've put myself in the queue. Just wanted to ask Judith, can you tell us, in the schedule of the tax plan, give us some context for when where we are in that timeline with this project?
As far as
So when was this supposed to start?
that last year, what are we? We're 24, so I think this was slated for the end of 2022.
To be started, to start? Okay.
And so it was pushed back. I guess it was kind of a domino effect. It started off with the land purchase. When we finished the land purchase of the high school and had some remaining funds, then the board began looking again to see if there was something that we could find for the elementary school. So that somewhat set it back. Then as we developed, looking for that piece of land and going through that purchase, that kind of pushed things back, and it was just the development of the partnership as well.
And because these have to be performed in a specific order,
Specific order, yes.
essentially everything like McKinley gets kind of tucked behind too. So we're a couple of years behind where we're originally planned to be.
Yes.
Right? Hence why we need to get this thing moving along. So, all right. See no other names in the queue. We'll move to public comment. Mr. Finning, Dr. James Finning.
Thank you. Everything else on this committee's agenda appears to be relatively routine and in the ordinary course of business. And there is absolutely no way that you can give this item proper consideration even in 2 weeks. I strongly encourage this committee to defer this to a date uncertain, because this is $25 million to $30 million you will never get back. And the minute you hire somebody to design a project, you've lost control. So before you engage another construction manager at risk deal, I think you owe it to yourselves and the public to hear reports on how well that's working on the 2 or 3 projects that are already underway using that model. And I have no idea if it's a good model or not, because we haven't heard any analysis of that. Furthermore, you need to should have had years ago, a policy discussion on grade configuration. I would be fine with everybody being zoned for a K through 8 school, and the only middle schools that would exist would be those that were middle schools of choice, because I happen to be biased against middle schools as being an awful concept. But there are perfectly qualified people who absolutely disagree with me on that item and think, no way should you ever put a 5-year-old on the same campus as an 8th grader, that there is absolutely no way you can make that safe. And this board has never entertained that policy discussion. You've got a pair of schools up in the Northeast that are K through 6 and 7 through 12. Is that a good model? Is that not a good model? It appears as though the private construction manager has decided how big this school should be based on Mr. Hefner's work, and I suspect a few of you have an idea of what I think of Mr. Hefner's work based on some litigation. I would strongly encourage you, before you think about the first step toward building this school, well, the next step, because you've already got a nice piece of property to do it on, you need to decide how you're going to address Mr. Goday's questions, and there is no way you're going to get a meaningful answer in 2 weeks. Not a chance. The previous administration promised a master plan something like 2 years ago. We haven't seen it yet. There is no way you can make a responsible decision to move forward at all on this project this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll move back to board comment. Seeing no names in the queue, Madam President, please call the vote. Madam Secretary. Too many, there's 2 madams I gotta say, and I'm getting them mixed up.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Okay, we'll now move to item C3, land purchase. Consideration of a request for the approval of the appraisal of a 1-acre tract of land identified as 8110 Antioch Road, Baton Rouge, Louisiana 70817, and authorize the board president and general counsel to execute all documents related to the final purchase of the identified property. Strategic alignment, exemplary customer service, funding source, general fund. Can I get a motion? Mr. Blue, second. Ms. Chatelain, board comment.
Chairman Rust.
Mr. Shamlin.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. I'm going to make a recommendation that the motion, if the maker is in agreement, and the second be amended to include also parcel 8150. There are actually two pieces. When we drafted the language, we didn't realize that. I think Ms. Morales confirmed, so we want to modify the motion to include 8150 as well.
That's fine. Accept. Okay. Okay. Board comment? Seeing none, move to public comment. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. I think it's appropriate to approve this and expand the campus and opportunities for Woodlawn Elementary. And I also think very soon you should go back and revisit a discussion you had a few years ago, well, mostly previous board members. There is some land adjacent to McKinley Elementary that could have, should have, and should still be purchased in order to make that a nice, complete campus that's not surrounded by blight. And I would encourage you to encourage the administration to bring a similar item back sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, move to board comment. Put myself in the queue. Just want to say for my board colleagues that this would actually be a helpful addition to that campus. They're experiencing some key issues with traffic. This is not a school accessible by sidewalk or walkers or pedestrians by any way. And so it's all buses and vehicles. It's a one-lane road. And so there's a pretty significant problem with traffic in and out of the school. And this will open up some options at a pretty affordable cost. So I do support this. Thank you. Mr. Gode. Okay. Any other board comment? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item C4, policy fiscal transparency. Consideration of a request for the approval of school board policy, DAB, fiscal transparency and related matters. Can I get a motion? Is that Mr. Lannis? Okay, second? Ms. Chatelain. Board comment? Seeing none, public comment. Dr. Finney.
Thank you, Mr. Rust. I appreciate you bringing this policy for consideration and look forward to seeing it being adopted and implemented, because I think we've been waiting a long time for full transparency on all the contracts that the district is involved in. So thank you, and please vote yes.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, moving back to board comment. Mr. Lewis.
Quick question. We're talking about different contracts and those types of things, right?
Yes, sir.
If the contract pertains to something that deals with academics, should it not be in the academic accountability wheelhouse? Especially when you're talking about Title I money.
I think that while board president can elect where an item, what committee it might particularly go in, I would assume that the natural fit is if we had a contract come to the board for board approval, it would come through academics. Am I right in that?
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to make sure. Okay, because things tend to get, stuck in concrete around here. We think we can't change. All right. Okay. Not that I'm asking for the extra work, I just want to be sure. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any other board comment? Go ahead, Mike. Mr. Gode.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, I was reading through this. Question on the subcontractor. Will they just be required to disclose the subcontractor, or how much they're being spent with that subcontractor?
Mr. Shamlin?
So in my discussions with Mr. Rust, we are going to change the contract template that we use to require a disclosure of all subcontractors, including the amount that subcontractor will be earning under the contract.
I wonder, I'm just concerned about that becoming self-defeating, because we're starting to get into areas of competition. And will a subcontractor bidding on the jobs and things like that be wanting to have spread around in public record exactly what cost he's given to that contractor and things like that? I worry about the competitive information nature of this. Listing the names of the contractor is one thing, but listing the amount that is spent with that contractor, I just want to think about that for a little while, because I worry about us limiting competition, and we might end up paying more for things in the name of transparency, because we do have the final number of what the total cost is going to be. And so how far do we want to dive down into the details of the contractor spend? I don't have an opinion right now. It's just that came up to me as I was going through this as to whether or not that is really a good policy. I can see listing the subcontractors, but calling out the amount that is spent with each subcontractor gives me a little pause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gode.
Please feel free to address.
Yeah, I have myself in the queue. Background, my intention with this item is to create some better transparency around contracts. That's something that, since a lot of us that are new to the board have wrestled with for a good while in trying to understand and have better transparency around all the different contracts that we enter into as part of the school district. And it's a necessary part of doing business. Personally, my beliefs are an open checkbook. These are public dollars. These are the dollars of the taxpayers of East Baton Rouge Parish. They should know where their money is spent and who it's spent with without having to make public records requests to find that out. And so my intention with this policy is to create better transparency, specifically with subcontractors. I think it's important that we know who we're in business with. I think it's important to prevent structuring and obfuscation of what parties may be contracted to do a part of the work that is still public work. In terms of contract amounts due to subcontractors, I think it's a little kind of the devil's in the details, right? But I think that it may be something, and correct me if I'm wrong here, council, but could be addressed on a contract by contract basis, depending on what we're contracting for, where that may be more or less important in certain scenarios. I'm open to best practices and interpretation on this, but I think the intention here is what's important is that we have better transparency.
The language of the policy sets a 5% threshold, so anyone listed will, at a minimum, you'll know it's 5% of the total value of the contract. It does not require you to go further than that, but it would be at the leisure of the board and the council and those involved.
The way I read it, it doesn't require the disclosure of the dollar amount.
No.
The motion does not.
No.
Okay.
No.
So I'm good with that.
No, and as well, as I try to tackle things, I try not to get too prescriptive because I don't want to, forgive me, over lawyer things sometimes. Forgive me, all the JDs in the room. But it's the principle of what we're trying to achieve here, which is better transparency.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I think my points have been addressed, but I want to clarify one. This is only requires disclosure of subcontractors who will receive 5% or more of the total contract value, and it is correct that the policy does not require disclosure of the actual subcontract itself or of the dollar amount of the subcontract. So I think that covers both of those points. Thank you.
Mr. Lannis.
Yeah, I won't be long on this, but I do tend to agree with School Board Member Gode because it can give the instance that there's some undue influence that could take place not just with the subcontractor but also with the contractor themselves. Because let's say that you don't like someone, you know, we talk about perspective. Let's just say that you don't like a company or the way they do something that's subcontracting. And let's say that the contractor has to come up for a renewal of a contract, and a person may feel a certain kind of way. There's just so many political influences that can go in things like that. I'm not against this item. I'm just saying, for the record, in terms of the way contractual practices are, it can give undue influence into how you feel about a contractor moving forward if they want to resubmit a contract, if you want to give them another contract. So stop there.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, our last item, C5, policy, professional services procurement. Consideration of a request for the approval of the amendment of School Board Policy EH, professional services procurement and related matters. Can I get a motion? Mr. Blue, second. Ms. Chatelain, board comment. Seeing none, move to public comment. Dr. Finning. Thank you. Any board comments? Okay, I'll put myself in the queue just to go in the record. The intent of this item, as I prepared it, is to provide a little bit more authorization for our superintendents to act. I think with the previous item, if it makes it through the regular board meeting, we've accomplished some greater transparency. It also allows for regular reporting of all contracts, both above and below this threshold, so that there isn't anything that's not going to see the light of day. So I think if we choose to pass this item, it gives our superintendent a little more respect and authority. Thanks. Seeing no other names in the queue, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, that is all of our items. Who would like to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
We adjourn.
Welcome to the first Academic Accountability, Curriculum Instruction, and Student Services Committee. Receive as information, I'm sorry, A, am I right? Alphabet A?
Coach, can you gavel?
Coach, they want you to hit the gavel
They want me to what?
and call your meeting to order.
Thank you.
Meeting come to order. Okay, now we're ready. Can we get the roll call, please?
All right, hopefully I have this right this time. District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 4, Ms. Stewart. District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Rust.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Godey.
Present.
We're all here, ready to go. We will have this young lady, the library, Dr. Gautier.
I love that young lady. Thank you for that. Gaucher, actually.
Gaucher,
Yeah, put a little Cajun on that. Good evening, board members. We've made it to the last meeting. My name is Susan Gaucher, and I'm the District Library Services Director here in EBR Schools, and I am thrilled to share with you a reading initiative that we're kicking off this month, and it's called EBR Reads. Whoops. Board President Powell Lewis shared an idea to offer opportunities to host community readers in our schools. The goal of EBR Reads is to continue the excitement of our Read Across America reading events would normally happen in March, and to continue that throughout the entire school year. And this project is perfect for the Division of Literacy, since our literacy blueprint emphasizes the importance of involving the community to enhance literacy, as mentioned in Keystone 5. So now we have a project, and we have to go from there. So the first thing we have to do is figure out our books. So we're reading, but what books are we going to be using? That's the first piece. Library Services has collaborated with Line for Line this school year to include their monthly books from the Change the Narrative initiative in our school libraries. Line for Line is a community-based literacy program that provides free haircuts to boys aged 2 to 13 in exchange for reading books. And I'm excited to say, and they have lasted, they were here with me early on, they've lasted the entire time. Today we have Miss Tammy and Miss Lucy from Line for Line, and they're here with us, and they've brought some examples of their monthly books that they're going to share with you so you can see exactly what the books look like that are going into our schools. They all include a bookmark with a reading guide and activities. And I also would like to add Miss Tammy, which is right here. She's one of our parents, too. So these books are all curated by the Conscious Kid organization, and they are ideal because they focus on picture books and art. So all of the books come with an art activity, joyful learning experiences, print motivation, mirrors and windows, our social emotional learning, own voices stories. It's beautiful art in every single book, and recent publications. So you're looking at contemporary titles. Now, we're going to continue to use these books not just in our school libraries, but also for our EBR Reads initiative. Now, I absolutely adore these books. And I think I love them because they are beautiful stories that are suitable for all ages. So even though a publisher says this book is appropriate for these ages, that's not true for these books. I enjoy these books. And I shared one with Mr. Smith the other day, and I think he enjoyed it too. So now let's take a second. And not only do we enjoy the books, but our students are enjoying them. So let's take a second and let's listen to Callie, a student from White Hills, and she's going to read a little bit from our March book, which is Rocket Speaks Up.
Hi, my name is Callie from White Hills Elementary School. For March, today we'll be reading Rocket Says Speak Up. On Monday at school, I started speaking up about libraries and how wonderful they are. By the end of the day, everyone in my class wants to stop the library from closing too. But what do we do? What can we do? We need to speak up. But how? I've got it. We'll have a peaceful protest like Rosa Parks did. from this book, I can tell if I was Rocket, I'll be really sad that my library was closing, because if my library was closing, and I have one thing to remember, that the library is a part of me. And I love how the library has peaceful books and a peaceful place.
Now, wasn't she amazing? So I actually took that video, and before I left the school, she said, ma'am, I'd like to remind you of something. And I said, sure, what is that? And she said, it's always essential to read with expression. And I was like, okay, do you want to be a school librarian? Come on, so sign her up right now. We have several jobs. We can find something for you. So she's absolutely precious. But Callie and Rocket from the story share a love for speaking up for libraries, and they're both on the same page. Okay, little library joke there. Our target organizations are concerned with the future of libraries, so they are the selected readers for March. So we have our books, we have our books, and we have our community readers that we're going to be focusing on this month. Now, you may have noticed that you too are included as one of our selected readers. So Ms. April will be sending an email soon with information on scheduling a school visit. In case you haven't already received it, we would love to have you in our schools reading Rocket Says Speak Up. And anyone in the audience here, I would love to have you read as well. So reach out to me. We're looking for community readers. So we have our books, we have our readers, and now let's talk about our schools. So let's take a look at our schedule for EBR Reads in March. During the first week, we have already scheduled our EBR public librarians that will read Rocket Speaks Up to all third graders in our home library project schools. So that's listed first. And then in the following week, the week of the 18th, we're going to welcome community readers to our schools. We've already sent emails, have been sent out to our target organizations. We're currently scheduling those reads. I just had a text from a librarian at BRCC that wants to read. I had Southern emailing me when I was sitting in the back, so I'm really excited. We're getting some community librarians that are interested in reading. And as I mentioned earlier, we are also interested and would appreciate your participation. So we are very excited about this project, and we look forward to our students having a fantastic month of reading. And now I would like to take a moment to invite my colleague to continue the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Smith and board members. I'm Joy Abernathy Dyer, and I'm also from the Division of Literacy. And I'd like to share with you another initiative that we want to share, and that is the Reading Ambassadors. And so again, when we're looking at how we can increase literacy and literacy awareness in our schools and communities, we decided to bring in the initiative of the Reading Ambassadors. And so this is a partnership with the Division of Literacy, and we will work with within the Division of Literacy to host literacy symposiums across the district. And so this will give us an opportunity to meet with community leaders, parents, teachers, and university heads to promote the Book of the Month with literacy strategies for all students. The Literacy Division will connect, and we will model strategies from the science of reading to the skills with the stakeholders. And so this will help us connect the skills and strategies that our teachers are consciously working on throughout the year, especially our K-3 teachers, to help them become competent teachers of reading and language skills. And this will also highlight students at each symposium with mastery of literacy skills. So just another effort to bring in the community, all the stakeholders, and those students who are well deserving of great literacy skills, just to showcase what they are all accomplishing. And so that's all we have, and we look forward to engaging with you as we branch out and host our literacy symposiums. Thank you.
Public comment? I'm sorry, we go to the board. Okay, gotta bear with me, I'm new at this, a little nervous, okay? So, Ms. Powell, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I just wanted to enter the queue first. First of all, thank you, Dr. Is it Abernathy Dyer?
Correct.
Yes. We went to high school together, y'all, so I try to remember which last name is the right one to say. And then there's also, thank you so much, Ms. Gaucher. I really, really enjoyed our meeting and getting a chance to talk about the Line for Line program. You all, this is very, very important to me, and I know it's very, very important to all of my colleagues as we discuss literacy data and how it relates to our students. At our retreat, we also took some time and talked about the science of reading. And within our taking on the vision of our school district this year, we want to be reminded that it's important that we encourage our students to read, that we encourage a higher level of reading comprehension. And so with that in mind, I did ask our library science and our literacy department and Mr. Smith as well, if we could revisit the idea of an EBR, everybody reads. And so I challenge my colleagues, I challenge the other community leaders who may be listening as well. I sure hope that you accept the challenge. Go into your schools, get a chance to read to kids. I'm willing to champion this idea by stating tomorrow I already have 2 schools that I will be reading at tomorrow. And so I sure hope that you all will jump in. Ms. Arman, of course, already knows that we should be emailing her to tell her when we want to read and what school we want to read at. And now you all have a book, if you didn't know. I know that Dr. Finney asked me when I stepped out in the hallway, what was I planning to read tomorrow, because I told him I was super excited to go into the schools. I said, I don't know. I think that they're going to provide a book for me, but I have one. And this one says Me and the Boss. So I'm going to make sure I take this one in as well. There is a book of the month. So we don't want this to just be a March activity. You know, we know that this is Read Across America Month. We need this to continue throughout the entire school year. So even if you don't get a chance to read in March, although we know that Mr. Russ has been given that as his prize from the retreat, but even if you don't get a chance to read in March, set up some time, take some time, go throughout our schools, get an opportunity to read to our kids, letting them know just how important this task is and how important it is that we get a chance to, number one, teach literacy, and then also get a chance to encourage reading comprehension. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. I've put myself in the queue. Thank you for the presentation by both you guys. Across on the paper it says EBR reads, and then it says fostering a culture of community reading. So I looked up the definition for the word fostering, and it says to encourage or promote the development of something, typically something regarded as good. Then beneath that it says the teacher's task is to foster learning. We're all teachers. And in this country today, so many things happen around words. Sometimes words that aren't even related to what's going on, but because people don't read, we tend to depend on sound bites and things that sound good. And some of the things that sound good are very bad. Our libraries are under attack every day in this country. Teaching children how to read. If we can become a community that fosters reading, then maybe we can stem the tide of some of the foolishness that goes on every day. I will be reading to young children, remembering that we are fostering. That means we are trying to develop a community of learners, children who know how to read. I heard a year or so ago that over 23 million Americans were illiterate. And that may speak to the climate in this country today. Every time we turn around, people are attacking and trying to close libraries and take books off shelves. So let's do our part and make sure that that does not happen. Again, thank you for the initiative. Thank you for everything you guys are doing.
Thank you.
And I'm taking myself out of the queue. You notice I did not start my time. Carly, you didn't catch that, did you? It's all right. I didn't start it. I just kept talking. Mr. Lannis, you're in the queue now.
I'll say first, thank you. We need more initiatives that promote reading, but also the fundamentals of reading. So much to the fact that my own organization has started reading components as well, whereas we focus on the students who can't read. But I think it's just as important that you start putting those things in front of people early. Coach, I'll give you some real close data on how bad the problem is. NAEP is a national assessment who does all reading assessments and math assessments for the country. And this is around the country. Students of color, right now, 80% are not on grade level and cannot read. The state of Louisiana, over half of our kids in the state can't read. That's why perspectives like these are really good. Is Lucy still in the room? That is my partner in reading. I remember when Lucy came to Glen Oaks Park Elementary and you ladies kicked it off, and I can still remember the books that you used, and you all are even participating in the first Sundays at the Louisiana Arts and Science Museum. I say all this to say, to make sure we're pushing the work, please reach out to Louisiana Arts and Science Museum. They host amazing events on every first Sunday of the month, and it's absolutely free, where Line for Line is there, the local library, East Baton Rouge Parish Library is there, other organizations are there, and they're giving out free books, not just free books. These are intervention-based books for students who are behind on grade level, students who can read, students who are gifted. The idea, though, is that you're there with your families and you are actively practicing the art of reading. So again, my hat goes off. Continue to do the work. Thank you for your team. Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Superintendent Smith, because this is an initiative we didn't talk about last year, but it's very dire and near and dear to our hearts for all the kids across our parish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Stewart, you're in the...
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is another great initiative in collaboration, because starting back in January, the Rotary Club joined the VIPS, Volunteers in Public Schools, and we do reading. And I've been going to schools reading, specifically Claiborne, since January in the mornings. And so that's an initiative that, that's already put in place, and adding more initiatives I think is awesome, because the children are really excited. They love, when we come in and read, and I've been real receptive, by the students. They love it. And so I think that this is a good thing. Thanks.
Michelle Lane.
I can't pass up this opportunity to say, hey, Lucy. Line for Line's amazing. I did not know this was coming up, but I am super excited that EBR is connected with Line for Line. And like Mr. Lannis, my organization has worked with them out in the field and the trenches. They show up every time with all their books and all their crafts and all their activities. That's an amazing organization, and I totally second what all my colleagues have said. This is a really fun initiative, a really positive thing, and I'm thrilled that Line for Line is involved. So thank you.
By the way, I love the name. Everybody reads EBR.
EBR reads.
Catchy.
Okay.
That came from Junior League, Everybody Reads. Yeah, it did. I'm part of that group, Everybody Reads.
And Coach, if I can just take a point of privilege, I want to thank President Powell Lewis for bringing this to the forefront. Coach, we were at a program that you had at Dufrock, and you had on a shirt that education is a civil rights. And I shared with you that I wanted to take it a step further. Every child, every man and woman should be literate in their first language. It's not a civil right, it's a human right. And so I just would appreciate you guys going into our schools and taking the opportunity to read to our young folks, not just the little ones, high school and middle schools as well.
Thank you. We'll move on to item C1, consideration of a request for the approval of the 24-25 school calendar. Is there a motion?
Second.
Mr. Gode and Mr. Russ. There will be, okay, there she is. There'll be a presentation.
Yes.
Yes.
Just trying to adjust this. Good evening, Chairman Lewis, Superintendent Smith, and members of the board. I'm here today to present to you a proposed calendar for the 24-25 school year. All right, so this first one is just a reminder to everyone, as this presentation will be an attempt to front load a lot of information that has come about in the past in terms of what the calendar impacts, what it does not, why the calendar is what it is. But the first thing is that there is a reminder that the local education agency, that's us, the LEA, has the responsibility to provide a school year calendar that is in accordance with the requirements adopted, created, and approved by the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. So a lot of the policies that we apply to for the school year calendar do not originate from this board. It originates from a larger policymaking body. With that being said, some of the things that you will see that we have discussed in the past in respect to the calendar deals with Section 333 of Bulletin 741, which basically just states that the LEA should adopt a calendar that includes a school year that is in accordance with the applicable state regulations, and includes a minimum of 63,720 minutes of instructional time. So that is the entire calendar, all 180 to 200 days that are in that calendar should include that 63,720. Then it gets a little more specific as we get to section 2314, because then that deals with the minimum number of instructional minutes in order to provide a Carnegie unit, which is a common term for our high school or even secondary areas, because we have some middle schools that award high school credits as well. So the students, as an LEA, we have to provide 7,965 minutes for the full credit, and then 3,983 minutes for the half credit. You will see also there's some other writing in that policy. I'm sure you can see it on the screen. But the other pieces deal with how students have to be in attendance. But the main thing that we need to pay attention to as a calendar making body is the fact that we have to provide a certain amount of minutes. And so that's where we look. And then what counts as instructional time was also a question that came up in the past. So when we look at section 3703, there is a definition for instructional time in Bulletin 741, and it shall include the regular day devoted to teaching courses outlined in the program of studies. It does not specifically include things like recess, lunch, the change of class or transition periods, and parent-teacher conferences. So if you are a visual learner like myself, here is just a very quick graphic to demonstrate that those policies that you see in 741 on the previous slide, just kind of depicted in a picture format, because again, we have the overall 63,720 that we have to equal within the calendar days. But then when we go specifically to secondary, please bear in mind that our secondary schools offer 8 classes per year. And we are operating on an A-B schedule, which means we go to classes 1 through 4 on an A day and classes 5 through 8 on a B day. Each one of those classes, whether it's class 3 or class 6, has to have, at least for a half credit, 3,983 minutes, or the total overall 7,965 minutes in order to earn a credit in each one of those 8 classes. All right, so then some of the frequently asked questions that we get was, how do the mentioned policies pertain to the creation of the school year calendar? So as I just explained in the last graphic, that A-B period is impacted by that. So when we start looking at the calendar overall, which is why we have that 63,720, that's the calendar as a whole, right? But then when we go into the secondary settings, we have A days, we have B days, and then inside of each one of those, we have 4 instructional periods. So when we're looking at it, the more instructional days we have in a calendar, you will see that we spread out those instructional minutes a little bit more. You'll see that happening in this year's calendar opposed to the previous year. So then also, are there parameters that are considered when building the calendar? Other parameters. There, as I mentioned, the sections that I read were from 741, which of course is set by Betsy, but there's also board policy. So in the salary schedule, our teachers are 9-month employees. They are paid for 182 days. With that being said, you will notice that each calendar semester must have at least 91 days for teachers. So that is not inclusive of your holidays, and we'll go into that in a later slide. But you will see that there's 91 days in the first semester and 91 days for teachers in the second semester, which would be inclusive of instructional minutes as well, because teachers are providing instruction. So that does directly impact the pay period pieces too. The other component is that, are all teacher days considered instructional days? That's a question we get as well. So when we say 91 days in first semester and 91 days in second semester, are they all instructional days? No. Teachers do have those days where they come in, teacher in service, teacher only days, whatever you want to refer to them as, but those are times when teachers are working on their craft and students are not there. So those do not count towards instructional minutes as mentioned on the policy side, 2314. So another question that comes up is, are there the impact of the daily bell schedule? So the recent question was, what is the impact of the school year calendar on a daily bell schedule? So yes, the number of days that we have in a calendar will impact the number of minutes in each class, but that is not the only impact for a bell schedule, and we'll go into that a little bit later. However, you need to note that as we have more instructional days in the calendar, then obviously we can spread the instructional minutes out over those days, which would then make those classes a little bit shorter. So for example, the draft that we're presenting today, calendar option A, has 85 instructional days in semester 1. So very simple math, of the 85 days, 42 and a half for A days, 42 and a half for B days. It works out exactly on that one. This is significant because, again, as I said, there are 4 different classes meeting on each of those days, so 8 total. Each of those classes has to meet the policy requirement. So in this aspect, in order to meet that 3983 for the half credit, divided by the 42.5 for, let's just say, A days in this one, you would need about 93.71. We can't have 7/10 of a minute, so it'd be 94 minutes in those particular classes. And you'll see that again on a later slide. All right, so here is the calendar draft that was proposed. This calendar was accepted by the calendar committee, and we went through several different committees to review this piece, but the original calendar committee did in fact adopt this calendar. But we did take an opportunity for those that have seen the key at the bottom, or the legend at the bottom of the calendar, but I wanted to make sure we were very specific that everyone understands fully what those legend colors mean. So when we see green days, typically, there's that thought about holidays. Those of us that have been educators know that that's typically the thing that people say, okay, you get paid for holidays. You do not. The green days that are in the calendar are not paid days. They're also not instructional days. So those days do not count towards the 91 days for teachers in each of those semesters, nor do they count towards the instructional minutes that we need for students. Then we have the blue days. I think that's really put in for the parent perspective, because you can very clearly identify where the start of first and second semester is. So, and those do count towards the 91 days, and they do count towards the instructional minutes. Then we have the red days. Red days are teacher-only days. They do count towards the 91 days for teachers. They do not count towards the instructional minutes because students are not in session. And then finally, we have the yellow days. And as I've told some folks, if it were my choice, which it is not, I am just the committee facilitator, but I would choose pink, because technically the yellow days are our early dismissal. So they count for half of an instructional day as well as half of that teacher only piece, but the full day is a teacher paid day. However, the kids, the instructional piece, which would be white in this one, and the red day would be teacher only, hence the pink, but you're only being able to count half of that day for instruction, but the full day does count as a 91, one of the 91. With that being said, the things that people look for, the calendar attributes, and I'm sure you have the full calendar in the backup as well. So this is just a listing of the typical pieces that we see in a calendar that characterize some of the things that are important to our stakeholders when we're looking at the calendar. Some of which would be, you have some early dismissal days that have returned in first semester. There is a fall break, of course. There is a professional development day that occurs before the fall break. So the teachers have 2 days, the children have 3, the students, sorry, have 3. We do have the anomaly this 4th year. It is an election day. So we are closed for election day. It is green in that aspect. Thanksgiving break falls where it typically does. There are early dismissal days before the end of the fall semester. We have winter break for students and teachers. We'll come back to that one in a moment. We have the Mardi Gras break happening as accordance with the traditional holiday. MLK Day is happening. Spring break is still the same 6 that we typically see, which is inclusive of Good Friday and the week that follows Easter, the Easter holiday. We have early dismissal days before the end of the spring dismissal, which was at the request of a group of teachers. And then the last day for students would be May 22nd. So we put that there just so it stands out for parents. All right, so these slides here really just kind of give you some description in terms of how we got to the math, because the math is what it is in that aspect. So we had 41 A days and then 3 half A days. And I'm not going to go through each one of those because I'm sure you see it and it's late, but those are there just kind of giving you where we're looking at in the policy. You will notice that on the far end of this slide, you have the difference from the policy requirement is only about 12 minutes over what the policy requires. So it's a little tight in the fall. However, it is an election year. We also wanted to keep in place some of the things that we've had in the calendar in the past. So with that being said, we are meeting the requirement. We are meeting for 94 minutes opposed to the 97 that was in the previous bell schedule, but we are still hitting where we need to look at, and we're getting teacher in-service days as well. So you'll see at the very bottom of this chart, there's the 91. They're all highlighted, so you can kind of count out what are teacher days versus what are the instructional ones. In the spring semester, in calendar option A, there is a little bit more time, which works out for us as we've talked through with some of the calendar committees or some of the committees we've been through. In the last 2 years, we have been impacted by cold weather, more so than the other, knock on wood. But with that happening, we do have a little bit more minutes, a few more instructional minutes over the policy requirement in the spring. It's also beneficial to us because if you know, the spring semester hosts testing. So we will be in session more. We will be doing instructional components more, and there's less teacher-only days there are fewer, teacher-only days in the spring. But we do see meeting the 91. Now, as we went through all of the groups, the calendar that you saw in the few slides back and in the backup for calendar draft option A was the calendar approved by the committee to move forward for a vote for you all tonight. We got to the Teacher Advisory Committee, which was the last committee we met with on February 27th, and there was a request to review adding January 3rd as a part of the winter holiday break for teachers. That would then make 10 days for teachers over the holiday break. And so in light of this request, we provided the math what that would look like. So if we were to add an additional day to spring break, you will notice that the teacher days at the bottom, we have not met that magical number of 91. So the proposal at that time from participants in that committee was that January 3rd be added as a teacher holiday. As a paid teacher holiday. Therefore, allowing teachers to meet the 91 days that they are paid for, but none of the other pieces of the calendar is impacted, with the exception of if teachers are not coming to do professional development or in-service on Friday the 3rd, they would then have to do that on January the 6th, which would then push back the start of school for students. But as you recall, we had a little bit more instructional time over the policy requirement in the spring semester. So this one puts us a little bit closer or tighter to where the policy requirement is, but it is still over. However, there is the question of that paid teacher holiday. And so again, this was a derivative of the calendar that the committee approved, but it was represented to the calendar committee to say, hey, are you guys okay with presenting this as a derivative to the option that you approved? And they were in favor of that. So at a glance, because it's just better to see it visually, what are the differences between the calendar that the committee approved and the derivative proposal that you just saw, and those 4 bullets are listed on the side for you because if you're extending that winter break, it would make the teacher break 10 days, but of course it would also result in a paid teacher holiday, which we just kind of grade because we don't have a color for that. So then it was also the first day of second semester would have pushed back 1 day. You had the instructional minutes that we had a larger, we had some more flexibility in the spring semester. It pushed in a little bit, but they're still meeting the minutes. So there's not a whole lot of changes with the exception of that start date moving back 1 and the minutes closing in a little bit. All of the holidays are still in place, and you can see the original draft from option A on the other side. So again, to front load some information, if we were to go with the calendar option that we provided of the calendar committee approved option, we will like to put forth that here is a sample bell schedule for our middle school students that is in accordance with JGBA recess policy. With that being said, please note that the bell schedule is not solely impacted by the calendar. There are other factors such as school start day or school start time. So the length of the school day does impact that. However, with the instructional minutes that are provided in the calendar and stretched out over the instructional days that we have, we would be looking at 94-minute class periods, which, as I stated earlier, is a little shorter than the class periods we had this year. With that being said, that gives us some opportunity to move some of those minutes elsewhere to meet the JGBA policy for middle school students without extending the school day severely. So what you see is the 94-minute classes. The class changes are 5 minutes. So again, this is a sample. This is the minimum that a school would need to meet would be those 94 minutes. But some schools don't need to move in 5 minutes. Some can move in 4. There are some, maybe that they're small enough that move in 3. Still in all, this is why this is a sample, just to illustrate that the recess minutes can be met with the 94-minute periods that we have. Also, you have your elementary schools because they're included in that policy as well. This is just a sample schedule to illustrate the fact that the elementary schools, while looking at the policy in the 15-minute breaks, can also do those pieces as well and still have lunch and things of that nature. This last slide is just to let you know that as we went through this process to get to the calendar that you're looking at tonight, we began on the 6th of February with the original calendar team. We then met with the Principals Advisory Committee. Again, the January 3rd question came up there. However, there were some options put forth at that time with them and the original calendar committee to say how we could meet having January 3rd as the additional day. The option was to use March 5th, which is Ash Wednesday in 2025, as in teacher-only day, just swap it out. Or it would have to be the day behind Memorial Day, which I believe is May 27th. Neither of those options were favorable, hence the reason we gave you the calendar draft that we did, until we then go through and met with another group. We went with the Parent Advisory Committee, then we met with the Teacher Advisory Committee on the 27th, and that's when the derivative option came up to say, well, hey, can we just offer a teacher paid day? And to see if we can meet that 91 minutes and not impact anything else. So we did reconvene the calendar committee to show them that derivative on March 4th before bringing this to you tonight. So there was an effort to collect feedback as we moved about. As those concerns were identified, we addressed those and kind of came up with some solutions and then gave them an option to say, hey, is this what you want to do? With no major objections, we would hope then that tonight you guys would be able to adopt a calendar so we can have one moving forward for the next school year. That's all I have.
Excuse me. Ms. Chatelaine, you're in the...
She was from that was from the old queue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You were cleared it.
Mr. Lannis.
Me and Vice President Martin are going to whip swap, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So I had a quick question about the derivative option. You know, and I'm all in favor of paying teachers for 91 days and only making them work 90. I think that's a great idea in this circumstance. But when we had our leadership briefing earlier this week, I don't think I fully understood that one consequence of that derivative option was not starting the kids back to school until the Tuesday, the 7th. What's the requirement? What leads us to the requirement to have that PD day before the kids start back on that?
So in the interest of keeping the calendar similar to what we've done in the past, because that is another thing that I did just kind of as a research piece to look at all the previous calendars. There's always been a teacher in-service day before students start in the second semester. And so just kind of speaking from experience in terms of having been a secondary educator, there are some readjustments in schedules that take place. There are some class changes that take place, and oftentimes teachers need to readjust or be able to have that opportunity to set up for the spring semester after the long break.
And did we go back to the parental advisory committee? Because that obviously then parents are going to have to arrange childcare. They're all expecting to drop off their kids on Monday, and they're going to have to arrange childcare or something like that when they're all, going back to work after the holidays themselves.
We did not. However, if we can approve a calendar tonight in March ahead of the August, we're talking about the the spring semester, so we'd have some time to be able to work that through with parents.
Okay, thank you.
And might I add, Vice President Martin, the parents knew that after we did vetting through all those advisory, that it would go back to the actual calendar committee, which was a makeup of parents,
Yes,
teachers,
teachers,
paraprofessionals, bus drivers, et cetera. So,
Okay,
they were
thank
all
you.
part of it.
Thank you. I'm not on the committee, but if somebody wants to make a motion to adopt the derivative calendar, I certainly would support that in the background. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lannis?
Well, thank you. Thank you and the entire calendar committee for putting this together. I know it is always a grueling process to go through this. So first of all, hats off. Thank you all for bringing this, and also thank board leadership for also offering up and working with the calendar committee to come up with a derivative calendar. Because I will make a motion. But I will also say, just for full transparency, I reached out and I talked to Superintendent Smith, and I asked or inquired about us possibly doing a study to see what would it take or what would the cost savings be to our district, not just in financial dollars, but also in human capital. What would a 4-day work week look like for teachers? So just know that that's coming. I just want the board to know. Obviously, it's just a study. I'm not saying that we move with it, and we're not going to stop the progress that you've already done for this school year. So let me be very clear. It's not for this school year. This is something that we, again, so we can weigh our options to see, is this a better fit for our teachers, and also get some feedback from them, as well as parents. And I guess just kind of play with the idea of what does it look like. Other districts or neighboring districts are already starting to go that way. So it's just something to think about. But I would like to make a substitute motion that we move this with our recommendation to the regular board meeting so we can get feedback from the teachers to get an understanding. I'm sorry? Is that already a motion? Yeah, from what I can see in the queue right now. It's not? Yeah, I was about to, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Goday and seconded by Mr. Russ. Sorry. Chairman Russ, right? You're chairman of this committee? Sorry, Coach. I'm sorry, Coach. My apologies, Coach. But again, this is only because it gives us some time to get feedback from teachers and start weighing the options of which one they think is best for them. So if I can get a second for that, definitely appreciate it. So thank you, by the way, again.
Thank you.
Ms. Stewart. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's been accepted as a friendly motion. Friendly amendment. So I will remove my motion. My substitute motion. And Ms. Stewart, you're gonna take yours off the table with me. Thank you. I know. Had to ask it for the record. But yeah. So that we have it.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Powell, you are in the queue.
Yeah, I really just kind of wanted to say almost the same thing that Mr. Lannis said. Thank you so much for the detailed report and explaining every bit of how the minutes and the days are actually divided. And then also when you mentioned about, you know, teachers, we say that when we're off for holidays and the summer, that, oh, you're getting paid for that. No, you're not. So thank you for bringing that out as well. And then also, Mr. Lannis, you reminded me of a conversation about teacher recess days. Do you remember that? Yeah, I can't wait to hear more about that, but thank you.
Okay.
I put my, you were ahead of me?
Yeah, my suggestion was, I think we've corrected it to make sure the board is clear, the motion moves both options forward without recommendation. Okay.
So I'll put myself in the queue. And Ms. Lopez maybe can help me out with this. If we make this a paid day, it's going to cost us north of $1 million. 1.8 to be exact. I don't really know if we can hand out $1.8 million. I mean, we've talked about money, we've talked about where we are financially. And these are just 9-month people. Not, 12 months, they're going to get what they get. But everybody else, that would cost us $1.8 million to pay people to stay home and drink hot cocoa or do whatever they do on January the 3rd. So, I mean, I'm done. That's how I feel about it. A motion to, we got it? Okay. They changed it? Okay. So, Madam Secretary? Public comment. I've been without my glasses for 2 days. I can't.
Dr. Finney.
Oh, that's Dr. Finney. Come on up, Dr. Finney.
I got your back, Dr. Finney.
Dr. Finney, I know where you live now. Dr. Finney, I know where you live now.
It's okay, I know where you live.
Good. We'll meet like at high noon. We'll meet in the street.
Thank you. $1.8 million might be a lot of money, and I can think of no better way to spend it than to make sure teachers are rested up and you don't have half the teachers showing up and half not. And inconsistency about whether you can have professional development or not. It's ridiculous to think that people are going to come back and work on a Friday. These are professionals. We should treat them like that. And if the expectation is they get paid for 182 days, they get paid for 182 days. They probably work 250 days and a lot more than the hours they get paid for. So I would hope that when the regular meeting comes around, that you pick the derivative plan. It is vastly better than the other one. And I invite you, when you're thinking about Mr. Lannis's proposal to move to a 4-day work week, you think about abandoning the concept that one size fits all and every high school class must meet every other day in 90-minute blocks, because there are better ways to deliver instruction to some kids with some topics. And with, I suppose, 15 or 20,000 high school students, you should have a lot more flexibility. This district needs to take advantage of economies of scale. One size fits all means that the size you pick probably doesn't fit anybody very well. And I'm very glad that my kids were not on a block schedule when they went through McKinley High School. I think they got a much better education going through the 7 periods or whatever that met every day. Furthermore, you are a policy-making board. It is time for you to have a serious discussion about whether you want to continue waking high school kids up at a time that's not healthy for them, or if, as the leaders of one of the largest employers in the community, and the contributor of most of the traffic issues in the community, you should seriously study, sooner rather than later, whether you can have all the campuses open and professionally staffed from 6 to 6, and confine the instruction that's absolutely necessary to hours when kids are awake and will benefit from it, and have supplementary opportunities available for the rest of the time. Don't go another year or two without that opportunity. Figure out something you can pilot this fall. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, you're in the queue.
Okay.
No.
Thank you. 2 points. One, Coach, in terms of the $1.8 million, that is what it costs for a day of teacher instruction, but we're not spending $1.8 million extra if we did this. We're spending the same amount on teachers. If we adopt the first calendar, we're still spending the exact same amount of money. We're just requiring the teachers to come in and work on that Friday in return for it. So it's not like we're saving $1.8 million or increasing our expenditure to $1.8 million by $1.8 million if we did the derivative calendar. So, you know, which way we go, we'll see that next week. On the issue of the broader issue of school start times and whatnot, I believe that the president's planning an announcement next week on some task forces, and I would not at all be surprised if there was a task force on the school day, and the intention of which is to study lots of ideas, 4-day week, and many other things, most especially including the fact that we start high school way too early, according to every bit of science I've ever read about brain development in that age group. So I would just point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. I've put myself back in the queue. Can I do that? It's not, so, I mean, the $1.8 million, okay, but at the same time, we're going to have inclement weather, we're going to have snow, something's going to happen. Hurricanes, something's going to happen. And then we're going to find ourselves behind the 8 ball dealing with the Louisiana Department of Education because we have not met the times that we're supposed to meet. So, I mean, you know, something's going to happen. Now, I don't want the teachers to think that I'm not in favor of them getting paid, but at the same time, I don't want to be sitting here worrying about not meeting the criteria that the LDOE says we've got to meet. So, I mean, pick your poison.
Coach, like I said, I when we first talked about this in leadership, I thought that all the instructional times were staying the same. With that not being the case, with us losing a day of instructional day with the derivative, I think that's a whole different question for the reasons that you say.
Well, it's going to be tight. So, but we'll see next week. Okay. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Please vote. Coach, do I need to do a roll call?
Let's do a roll call, please, because I can't get mine to come back up.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yay.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yay.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next meeting and announcements. The LSBA annual convention will be held March 10th through 12th, March 10th through the 12th, 2024 at the Crown Plaza, Baton Rouge. Some or all board members may attend. The next regular meeting will be held March 21st, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the central office boardroom.
I move we adjourn.
You move with
May I take a point of personal privilege right before we leave? Again, for those who did not see why we have these beautiful paintings, of course, this came from our retreat. And so, of course, you see that each one of the paintings is listed or shown right below the name of the person who painted them. I'm looking at some yellow sunglasses from Mr. Gode and some blue ones from Mr. Russ. And then, of course, I know Mr. Blue, I keep picking on yours. He's a graduate of Bel Air High School with his blue and orange gold Bel Air Bengals. So once again, thank you for you all, those of you all who participated in the paint party.
We are adjourned. Bye, Sean.